So welcome everyone to the 24-hour picket action for Cuba. We have with us here, let's say, a correspondent from the real belly of the beast, who is able to be in New York City, where, as we were talking about, a victorious vote for Cuba once again for the 33rd consecutive year. So Cesar, how was the United Nations? You want to tell us a bit? Welcome, Cesar Omar Sanchez from the National Network on Cuba in the United States and New York, New Jersey, Cuba C, and the U.S. Cuba Normalization Conference Coalition. How are you doing?
Hi, how you doing? Can everybody hear me? Good, just checking. Well, great. There is a correction. Unfortunately, I was not able to go. I got caught up on work. So this background you see in back of me, no, I'm not in space. I don't work for NASA. It's like I'm 4 on foot. I got caught up on work, so I really could not go to the UN vote. But based on what I've heard from many of my fellow comrades who was actually there, present, it's the same thing over again, overwhelmingly. I'm just kind of reading off the report from the United Nations. 165, 7 against, and 12 abstention. So again, we just it's overwhelmingly though the international community is in favor of just ending this blockade. It's inhumane. And yeah, and I just want to just say something in Spanish and to all my Latinos and Spanish readers and listeners. Solidaridad Internacional sigue continuando, sigue siendo fuerte hoy, si no es que aún más fuerte. Desde la entraña de la bestia en Estados Unidos y en todo el mundo, estamos juntos al pueblo de Cuba, a todas las organizaciones, nunca te rinde, siempre lucha, always fight. Okay, so I just want to thank you for having me on just briefly. I can't really speak too much. I have a lot to say, but I mean, I just want to thank you to my comrades and my friends at the Canadian Network on Cuba for actually organizing this 24-hour global picket. I know it's a lot of work. I know you've been up like pretty much on long hours, but again, thank you all. Thank you everybody that participated. And just, I guess, we just got to continue the fight. I mean, we're winning the narrative. It's a shame when you have people like the U.S. representatives of the UN, Mike Waltz, who just completely blatantly lies. It's insane. It's funny, almost very cartoonish. But I think that as long as we stick together and we just keep on fighting, we will eventually end this blockade. Gracias a todos, chao, and gracias, Allison. Hasta la victoria siempre.
Thank you, Cesar, for all of your work and solidarity, an example of someone that has committed to defending Cuba and fighting in the streets of the United States, wherever you may be, in defense of Cuba against this criminal blockade and other just causes. We have with us online a guest that we've invited to talk to us a bit about solidarity with Cuba from many perspectives also. Diana Block is someone that I was able to finally meet in person last year in March in New York City at the U.S. Cuba Normalization Conference, where we spoke a lot about lifelong solidarity with Cuba, the importance of Cuba to the struggle for a just and better world, and also Cuba and Palestine, which I think is very important for people to understand and take to the streets with us when we're attending Palestine solidarity actions and meetings. How can we convince people that support Palestine that they should also be on the side of Cuba? So Diana Block is an anti-imperialist, abolitionist, feminist activist, and author. And really, thank you for making some time today to join us. We saw your picture in front of the theater in Oakland, where the Bay Area Cuba Solidarity Network organized what's called a human billboard against the blockade on Cuba. Do you want to just tell us, first of all, a bit about that event? I heard it went well and got a lot of attention, and we can start there. Welcome, Diana Block.
Okay, yeah. Well, thank you so much for the invite, Allison, Tamara, everybody. And as Omar was saying, it's just so amazing. I mean, not Omar, Cesar was saying that you all hold this down and do this for 24 hours. I am just in awe of that. So thank you so much. And we held our human billboard down for a couple of hours, but that wasn't anything like a virtual picket. So yeah, we've done this for a few years now. I mean, I think all of us in the solidarity movement try and figure out what are the best, most effective ways to bring people into solidarity with Cuba. And this has had some success. We've gotten people to come and be part of a human billboard, which basically is people holding signs in a very public place in a way that will get people to stop and look without having to look out on the billboard, which I've heard is it can be fatal or can have different issues when people are looking up at billboards. They often have accidents. So anyway, this is a safer way than developing a billboard. So we did get it was raining in the Bay Area on Saturday, but we were able to get um many people to take our flyers educating people about the UN vote, what it was about. We got some questions. We got a lot of affirmation about just the need to support Cuba. And we got dozens of honks from passerbys. This was in the middle of Oakland near a farmer's market. So it was a very public place, a place where um, probably more than the average person in the U.S. knows something about Cuba because, as you may know, the Bay Area does have a very long and strong history of solidarity with Cuba, but I think there never can be enough education. And I think unfortunately, the mainstream corporate empire media has done such a good job at distorting the reality of Cuba that education and public awareness is just critical. So that's what we did, and we were able to get it talked about on the KPFA, which is our local Pacifica station. It was on the news that evening. Um, and we sent it out over social media and other places. So thank you to the 24-hour picket for also featuring those photos. We realized afterwards we didn't do the videos that I guess were something that people had requested, but I think we tried to do our part with the photos and with our chants that I don't know if they could be heard in Canada, but they could be heard all around Oakland. So
Yeah,
that
definitely we know the feeling of uh, what it is like to chant loud, united together, and hope that others around the world are you chanting at the same time. I think that very much this past week they were. There were actions both Saturday and Sunday in many different cities across the United States and around the world. We've shared a few videos and photos, including those from Oakland. And I think it shows that Cuba has, international support because of Cuba's revolutionary internationalism, because of the example that Cuba has given to the world of what it means to send doctors, not bombs, of what it means to give material solidarity to national liberation movements around the world, and to what it means to stand for dignity and self-determination. As we're speaking today, there are 10,000 US troops in the Caribbean, warships and fighter jets poised for further attacks against Venezuela and Colombia, perhaps other countries. But I think that's really all part of the same machine, the same war machine meant to destroy independent countries. Also in the targets of the US right now are countries that have supported Palestine. That is one of the myriad of reasons why the US is targeting countries like Cuba and Venezuela, is because these are countries that support Palestine against US-Israeli genocide, but also against the ongoing occupation by Israel. Do you want to speak a bit to Cuba's solidarity with Palestine and how you think we can convince people that support Palestine that they must also support Cuba?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say I am an expert on this matter. I have for decades supported both places. I have been, done a lot of work in solidarity with Palestine since the 1970s, and similarly for Cuba, and in the past number of years have also tried to make those connections, both in writing and in the work that we do in the Bay Area Cuba Solidarity Network, between the genocide, the ongoing genocide, which really did not start with Gaza, of course, but started with the Nakba in 1948, when people were basically dispossessed of their land in Palestine to make way for the Zionist state of Israel. So, but the attention of the world has been really focused on Palestine and Gaza for the past couple of years, since October 7th, 2023, and it has become more critical than ever to speak up and stand in solidarity with Palestine overall, and make that one of the key organizing points for those of us who believe in a better world and that a better world is possible. And Cuba historically has understood the interconnections with Palestine, as well as the interconnections with so many other countries around the world in terms of expressing international solidarity. Certainly, back in the 70s, I was very familiar with the work that Cuba was doing in solidarity with Africa, for example, and struggles in Angola and other places. But in that same period, Cuba was totally supporting Palestine and the struggle against Zionism, and from the beginning. And they did that in many ways historically that I can't go into all those ways, but I think that their political lens has been clear, and that has enabled them to share that in a through line from the 70s to the current period, where the importance of supporting Palestine and taking a stand, a clear stand against genocide in Gaza, has been critical. And in this current period, Cuba has, well, for one, they have been part of the international legal battle that was asserting that what was happening in Gaza was a genocide, and they joined the case with South Africa to make that point, which was upheld by the international, I think it was the criminal court. So they have been very active in that large way of international organizations and states taking a stand and trying to make a point and use the mechanisms like the UN, like the International Court, Criminal Court, that what is happening is illegal, by human rights, international law, as well as the fact that it's barbaric and abhorrent to all people who want to have a better world. So they have stood for Palestine in that way. They have mobilized hundreds of thousands of people repeatedly in across Cuba in a visible expressions of solidarity with Palestine. And that, I think, is both impressive and critical, because it is expressive of what the Cuban people feel. It's not just a governmental issue. It's expressive of Cubans. When I was in Cuba last, which was in 2024, the solidarity with Palestine was visible in so many ways, through people's flags and windows, through all the presentations that we were able to have from community organizations, from the keffiyehs that people were wearing in Cuba. Those were all concrete manifestations of the ways in which the Cuban people actually feel that solidarity with Gaza. And it's for multiple reasons. There's a political reason, big abstract or general political reasons, and then there's the absolute recognition that the same forces that are killing, slaughtering, massacring, committing genocide against Palestinians are the forces that are committing a slow genocide against Cuba in the form of the blockade. And so that feeling, that warmth, and that solidarity was just palpable when we were in Cuba. And then one other way that I really want to draw attention to the ways in which Cuba expresses solidarity with Palestine is through ELAM, the Latin American school that that Cuba has that trains doctors from around the world. And Cuba has trained so many, I have to look at my notes, 200, there are 250 Palestinians who are currently studying medicine at ELAM. And over the years, they have provided 1,500 Palestinians with medical training. And this enables people to go and have a free education, a free medical education, which is so, so critical for Palestinians, both in the war zones of Gaza, but also in other areas of Palestine where medical service is so needed. So this is such a gift, and I have heard the Palestinian students from Elam speaking to the importance and the meaningfulness of this education that they are getting from Cuba, which of course has one of the most advanced medical practices in the whole world.
Very important points, Diana. I think it's really an honor to have been able to meet students who think about this, traveled from Gaza or West Bank to go study for free to become doctors in Cuba. This was, let's say, in 2023, found out while studying to be doctors that their country was being systematically destroyed and ethnically cleansed by U.S. manufactured bombs dropped by a Zionist Israeli army, and continued to study, and then continued to speak out and make time to meet with solidarity activists to explain their struggle and to thank Cuba for what Cuba had contributed to them. So I think we are hoping to connect with some of the Palestinian doctors that we are speaking about now. Of course, Cuba is just recovering in the very initial stages of recovering from the hurricane that has just hit the island. Most of the damage, which was extensive, was in the eastern part of the country, and our solidarity goes out to everyone in Cuba that faced the hurricane. But it is added and compounded to the daily struggles of the U.S. blockade that make it difficult for us to connect with people in Cuba. So we are trying to talk to some Palestinian students throughout the day today, but it depends on many factors of technology
Right.
and
Right.
you
Right.
know how that goes. But bringing their voices is very important. So I do have actually the Belly of the Beast produced videos about Cuba's mobilizations in support of Palestine and about a Palestinian doctor who is still studying, a young woman. We can show. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the global virtual 24-hour picket before signing off today?
Well, I'm just again very grateful for the invitation to be part of this. I think the importance of just showing in this small way how sustaining solidarity over 24 hours, over years, over decades is critical. This is, and the Cubans will always instruct us and teach us, this is a long struggle. And it requires a lot of perseverance and commitment. And I feel like people who start, many people who become Cuba solidarity activists bring that passion over the course of many years. And that really is because of the leadership of the Cubans themselves, who will not give up, who are convinced that Venceremos isn't just a slogan, it means something real. And so I'll just end that way, Venceremos.
Venceremos, we will win.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Diana Block, joining us from the Bay Area of Cuba Solidarity, activist, author, feminist, fighter. Glad to be fighting alongside you.
Thank you.
The other thing I just wanted to say briefly, I think that Cuba stands for, that's demonstrated by the picket action today, and hopefully our ongoing work for Cuba, is Cuba's insistence upon unity. Cuba's insistence that as people living in North America or around the world, we figure out ways to organize and work together to take action despite our differences in defense of Cuba and in defense of other just causes. That united and stronger actions are what is required to combat the U.S. Trump administration's, but the bipartisan war machine that is destroying humanity, destroying the planet, and every day becomes more urgent to defeat. So that is what this 24-hour picket is standing for. We are standing for a stronger, a more united movement in solidarity with Cuba against the criminal blockade. And yes, Diana, venceremos. We know we can win with unity, with struggle. I'm going to share videos from Belly of the Beast that are highlighting Cuba's solidarity with the Palestinian people, and then a few more greetings we've received from around the world. Again, it is not too late to send in your greetings. I will post in the chat again how you can send greetings, short videos, messages of solidarity, and thank you everyone for joining here today. Some of the videos are going to be in Spanish, so I'm going to go ahead and switch my speaking language in the Zoom system to Spanish. This means that if you go to the bottom of your screen where it says CC and check the up arrow, I'll put these instructions in the chat. You can turn on translated captions, and when the videos are in Spanish, they will automatically translate into English if you select English as your translated language. Okay, without further ado, we'll get those videos started, and then shortly following the videos, we will hear from the Hatchway Project, an important project based in the United States, delivering material solidarity for Cuba and looking for our support.
Saludamos en particular a las valientes mujeres de la
Todos tenemos que estar aquí apoyando al pueblo palestino. Estoy muy conmovida con lo sucedido y, como dijo Eche, hay que siempre luchar contra la injusticia.
Creo que cada uno de nosotros que ponga un granito viniendo aquí y haciendo estas cosas, habrá momentos en que tendrá que conmover a parte del mundo para ver si le ponemos fin a ese genocidio tan grande.
Algo bien triste lo que está sucediendo. Muchos niños, personas adultas están perdiendo sus vidas.
Hay varios youtubers que son de Palestina que están transmitiendo en tiempo real lo que está pasando ahí, porque hoy existe una propaganda tremenda que está en función de desvirtuar a las personas de lo que está pasando realmente en Palestina.
¡Que viva la lucha del pueblo palestino! ¡Que viva la lucha del pueblo palestino!
Jóvenes cubanos, no podemos hacer ajenos a esa realidad. Ya hemos dado varias demostraciones de estar con el pueblo palestino, de compartir con hermanos que están aquí estudiando en nuestro país y nuestro pueblo como parte de esa causa internacionalista justa y humana. Seguirá siempre del lado de Palestina, Palestina libre.
اسمي جنين هاني ليان الزوارع من فلسطين غزة، طالبة منحة طب في كوبا. من سنتين ما فيني أرجع على بلدي بسبب الإبادة الإسرائيلية ضد شعبي. فلسطين بلد كتير حلو، ناسه بعاداته طبيعته وبجوه. لما بتذكر فلسطين بعرف سبب احتلالها الإسرائيلي. عشت بغزة أكتر من 3 حروب، بس الاحتلال الإسرائيلي له تقريباً 8 عقود. قبل 7 أكتوبر 2023 خسرت أقارب، أصحاب وبيتي. الفلسطينية اللي بالمناطق المحتلة بعيشوا بخوف لأنه أي لحظة انفجار واحد في ينهي حياتنا وحياة ناس بنحبهم. كفلسطينية إني أشوف أهل بلدي عم ينبادوا بسبب لي وجع وغضب ما فيني أوصفه. عانيت من توتر، اكتئاب وقلة نوم يلي أثروا على دراستي. صار بالنسبة إلي اليوم الحلو هو اليوم اللي بقدر فيه أتواصل مع ماما. ومرة ماما حكت لي إحنا هون رح نضل نحاول إنه نضل عايشين، لكن إنتم يلي برا إنتم صوتنا يلي رح يوصل تاريخنا للعالم. دايماً رح أكون شكورة لكوبا لأنها أعطتني الفرصة مشان أدرس وأعمل أصحاب وأحكي بصوت عالي وأعيش. شكراً كوبا لأني أنا صرت أمل لأهلي ولكثير من نساء فلسطين.
Hi, my name is Samantha, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the Canadian Network on Cuba. And I just wanted to send a short video message since I can't join live today, to celebrate Cuba's victory at the United Nations General Assembly vote. Today, the results came in. Another resounding triumph for Cuba. The world stands with Cuba. The world condemns the blockade for the 33rd consecutive time. And this comes against the backdrop of the U.S. Threatening and coercing other countries to try to flip their vote, countries that historically support Cuba in this vote and vote in favor of the resolution to end the blockade. So we saw that campaign that they were executing, trying to, smearing Cuba, slandering them, and using coercion, including like economic threats, tariffs, sanctions on other countries, just to try to get them to side with the United States on this. And it really speaks volumes that that the United States has to resort to this. It's because we know the truth is not on their side. The truth is not on their side. And so they have to wield their, their economic might and control to try to make other sovereign countries bend to their will. And by and large, it was not successful. So, we have to, we're celebrating that today once again. We stand with Cuba. The blockade has to end. And now, after today, moving on, we need to think about how we can support Cuba right now in their recovery after Hurricane Melissa that just passed through last night and this morning. They're going to need a lot of help to recover, unlike any other country in the world, but affected by this specific, weather event, this hurricane. They also have to deal with the blockade when they're trying to recover and rebuild from this. It's an obstacle that no other country faces in this kind of situation. So they're going to need all the help that they can get. And we should also be applauding Cuba and making sure everybody knows that Cuba was able to evacuate more than 700,000 people in advance in preparation for this hurricane. And they are able to place human lives above everything else. Okay, and they're the best at that in the world, really. They have, despite the material shortages and the blockade, they have the best civil defense and emergency preparedness in the world. And you can see the stark contrast between Cuba dealing with this versus some of the other countries that have been devastated by this hurricane. It's really difficult. This is one of the worst hurricanes. The impact, it's unimaginable, really, it's horrible, it's horrific. So what we need to do is we need to support Cuba right now. And if you can, please donate to the Canadian Network on Cuba's Hurricane Relief Campaign. You can find instructions on how to send an e-transfer or a check if you're in Canada. If you want to e-transfer, you can e-transfer your donation to donate@canadiannetworkoncuba.ca. The address to send a check is on our website and on our social media posts about the Hurricane Relief Campaign. If you're outside of Canada, you can still donate as well. We have received some donations from international locations, and so if you want to contribute but you're not in Canada, you still can. Please send us a message to our social media page, and you will get a response from one of us with instructions on how you can do that. So let's focus on being there for Cuba right now, any way that we can help, we have to help right now. They need the support. So that's all I got today. I'm gonna get going. Thank you so much to everybody who's joined in for this 24-hour global picket. Another win for Cuba. Abajo el bloqueo, viva Cuba libre, and see you all soon.
Hello, everyone who are tuning in for this important 24-hour webinar and picket, standing again with Cuba, marking again how Cuba has defeated the United States and claimed again another victory for Cuba and for justice-loving people. My name is Janine Solanki. I am speaking to you on behalf of Mobilization Against War and Occupation, MAWO, based in Vancouver, Canada. And as we've seen, today's vote in the United Nations General Assembly is yet another example of how isolated the United States is. They may impose their military might and economic strangleholds, but they are up against the voices of justice-loving people around the world. And Cuba inspires the world to stand up against U.S. domination. While on the one hand, the U.S. government represents imperialism, oppression, terrorism, and genocide, Cuba stands to represent justice, peace, and a better world. While the United States government sends weapons to Zionist Israel, over $22 billion in the last 2 years to commit genocide against Palestinians in Gaza, to attack Palestinians in West Bank, and build more illegal Zionist settlements in the West Bank. Cuba, on the other hand, sends doctors around the world. Cuba exports healthcare. Cuba stands for Palestine against genocide, and for years have trained Palestinian doctors as students in Cuba. This is global solidarity that Cuba promotes and leads by example in the face of U.S. terrorism. The U.S. is isolated every single year when this vote occurs in the United Nations General Assembly, and country after country, as we've seen in the last 24 hours, stand up to speak against the blockade and speak in favor of the justice and peace that Cuba promotes. Because countries around the world know that as the United States attempts to destroy Cuba, as they attempt to strangle Cuba with this genocidal blockade, so many countries that are standing up and speaking also know how the U.S. inflicted terrorism against so many of their own countries, have imposed wars and occupations and sanctions and coups and horrific covert and overt military operations to try and destabilize any country that stands up against U.S. imperialism. So as we stand for Cuba during this 24-hour picket during the vote in the United Nations General Assembly, we are standing for peace, for justice, for a world without war, occupation, and genocide, against sanctions and ways that the United States tries to control and manipulate the world. And we stand for freedom and justice and a better world that Cuba has told us and shown us is possible. Viva Cuba!
Soy etíope. Condenamos el bloqueo injusto norteamericano contra el pueblo de Cuba. ¡Basta ya! No más bloqueo a esta isla pequeña que tiene un pueblo amable sin que tenga ayuda a los pueblos más pobres en salud, en diferentes agriculturas, que educa en diferentes profesiones. No más bloqueo. Basta ya. Que viva Cuba. Viva el pueblo de Cuba.
Cuba,
seguiremos adelante. Conjunto aquí seguimos y con Fidel perecimos. Hasta siempre, comandante.
Se queda la clara, la extrañable transparencia de tu querida presencia, comandante de Guevara. Aquí se queda la clara, la extrañable transparencia de tu querida presencia, comandante.
Soy María de Jesús Rangel Velázquez, presidenta del Comité Estatal de Solidaridad con Cuba en Aguascalientes, México. Y apoyo a Cuba por su ejemplo revolucionario, por su ejemplo humanista, por su ejemplo patriótico y de resistencia por más de 60 años contra un criminal bloqueo que ha representado este bloqueo económico, financiero y comercial, un sacrificio muy grande para el pueblo cubano, limitándolo en su desarrollo en todos los aspectos, ya que 2 días de bloqueo representan el costo del mantenimiento del transporte público para la isla, que asciende a $40 millones. Por eso, tumba el bloqueo ya.
Cuba sin bloqueo, no. Cuba sin bloqueo, no.
21 horas de bloqueo equivalen al financiamiento necesario para poder cambiar los materiales tecnológicos obsoletos o dañados en el sistema educativo cubano, es decir, más de $18 millones. Por eso, tumba el bloqueo.
Cuba sin bloqueo, no.
Déclaration en solidarité avec Cuba. Le Centre Thomas Sankara exprime sa solidarité ferme, inébranlable et active avec le gouvernement et le peuple de la République de Cuba. Face à la persistance du blocus économique, commercial et financier imposé par les États-Unis depuis plus de 100 ans, l'amitié historique entre Cuba et les peuples du Sahel ainsi que de tout le continent africain s'est construite sur une base de lutte commune contre l'esclavage, le colonialisme, le néocolonialisme et l'impérialisme. Sous la direction visionnaire de Fidel Castro et Thomas Sankara, dont notre centre porte le nom et auquel il est dédié. Nos peuples ont partagé des idéaux de souveraineté, de dignité, d'indépendance et de justice sociale qui continuent d'inspirer nos causes aujourd'hui. Au-delà de cela, Cuba a prouvé à maintes reprises qu'elle était une nation caribéenne avec une politique étrangère panafricaine qui a persuadé les révolutionnaires cubains de risquer leur vie en combattant aux côtés de nos frères et sœurs en quête de libération au Congo, en Guinée-Bissau, en Angola et ailleurs. Nous dénonçons avec force l'intensification de la politique d'agression économique contre Cuba. À la veille du débat à l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies sur la résolution intitulée « Nécessité de lever le blocus économique, commercial et financier imposé par les États-Unis d'Amérique contre Cuba ». Nous nous joignons à la condamnation mondiale face aux manœuvres de chantage, de pression et de désinformation que, comme l'a dénoncé le ministre cubain des Relations extérieures, Bruno Rodriguez Parilla, le gouvernement des États-Unis exerce contre de nombreux États, y compris l'Amérique latine, d'Afrique et d'Europe, afin de tenter d'influencer leur vote à l'ONU. Ces pratiques violent la souveraineté des nations et révèlent l'isolement et le discrédit moral du gouvernement nord-américain. Le blocus constitue le principal obstacle au développement de Cuba. Il limite l'accès aux carburants, aux médicaments, aux denrées alimentaires, aux technologies et aux services financiers, affectant directement la vie quotidienne du peuple cubain. Il s'agit d'une politique inhumaine, génocidaire et extraterritoriale rejetée année après année par une écrasante majorité de la communauté internationale et condamnée comme une violation flagrante du droit international et des droits humains. Nous rejetons catégoriquement l'inclusion calomnieuse de Cuba sur la liste des États soutenant le terrorisme. Au cours des dernières années, les États-Unis ont inscrit puis retiré Cuba de la liste des États soutenant le terrorisme, sans processus ni procédure claire permettant de vérifier son classement dans cette catégorie. Plus récemment, en décembre 2024, l'ancien président américain Joe Biden a retiré Cuba de la liste, mais Cuba a été réinscrit dès l'arrivée au pouvoir du président actuel Donald Trump en janvier 2025. Cela montre que
l'impérialisme, le néocolonialisme, l'esclavagisme, le colonialisme, l'impérialisme, vouloir, pouvoir, tout le pouvoir, courage.
Cette liste ne repose pas sur une étude rigoureuse de la politique étrangère ou des relations internationales de Cuba, mais plutôt sur les caprices de la personne qui se trouve au pouvoir aux États-Unis. De plus, nous rappelons à nos familles sur le continent africain que lorsque l'ancien président américain Ronald Reagan a ajouté Cuba à la liste des États soutenant le terrorisme en 1982, les rapports américains critiquaient les Cubains pour leur soutien aux soi-disant terroristes en Amérique latine et en Afrique. Mais qui étaient ces terroristes que Cuba soutenait en Afrique? Il s'avère que les États-Unis faisaient référence au mouvement populaire de libération de l'Angola révolutionnaire dirigé par le président Agostinho Neto. Les États-Unis ont qualifié nos héros africains de terroristes et ont puni Cuba pour les avoir soutenus. Cuba a envoyé environ 380 000 soldats courageux en Angola, dont des milliers ont versé leur sang, devenant des martyrs pour la noble cause de la libération du colonialisme et de l'impérialisme. En fait, c'est la solidarité de Cuba avec l'Angola qui a mis à genoux le régime d'apartheid en Afrique du Sud, forçant les dirigeants racistes du pays à libérer Nelson Mandela et à mettre fin à leur politique juridique discriminatoire et pernicieuse. C'est cela que les États-Unis qualifient de terrorisme. Ainsi, en tant qu'Africains, lorsque nous entendons parler du classement de Cuba comme État soutenant le terrorisme, nous devrions le prendre personnellement et nous sentir offensés par la manière dont les États-Unis ont historiquement classé nos ancêtres révolutionnaires. Récemment, une combattante pour la liberté issue de la diaspora africaine, Assata Shakur, est décédée rejoignant ses ancêtres après son noble combat. Nous affichons fièrement son portrait sur notre mur. Prisonnière politique, condamnée pour avoir lutté pour la libération des Noirs aux États-Unis, elle s'est enfuite à Cuba, pays qui l'a protégée pendant 41 ans, jusqu'à son décès le 25 septembre 2025, à l'âge de son 18 ans. Les États-Unis ont également déclaré explicitement que la désignation de Cuba comme État soutenant le terrorisme était liée au fait qu'il ait accueilli Assata Shakur. Nous voyons clairement la réalité. Nos combattants pour la liberté de l'Afrique et de la diaspora sont les soi-disant terroristes que Cuba est puni d'avoir protégés. Le centre Thomas Sankara exige du gouvernement des États-Unis ce qui suit. Premièrement, la levée immédiatement du blocus économique, commercial et financier contre Cuba qui cause des privations injustifiables au peuple cubain et nuit également aux entreprises et citoyens des pays tiers. Deuxièmement, retire Cuba de la liste des États soutenant le terrorisme, reconnaissant que cette mesure est infondée, purement politique et contraire à l'esprit de paix et de coopération que promet Cuba. Nous exprimons notre admiration pour la dignité et la résistance du peuple cubain et réaffirmons notre confiance dans le fait qu'une fois encore, la communauté internationale votera à l'ONU pour la vérité, pour la justice et contre le blocus. Le triomphe de Cuba à l'Assemblée générale sera aussi une victoire des peuples du Sud, du droit international et de la dignité humaine. L'unité entre Cuba et l'Afrique perdurera à jamais. L'histoire nous enseigne que la coopération entre peuples libres et souverains est plus forte que toute agression extérieure. Patrior or meto venceremos. La patrie ou la mort.
Nous vaincrons l'impérialisme, le néocolonialisme, le colonialisme, l'esclavagisme, l'exploitation de l'homme par l'homme, pouvoir, vouloir, honneur, courage, tout le pouvoir, la patrie ou la mort, nous vaincrons.
Cuba no está sola, todo el mundo está con Cuba socialista. Cuba vencerá.
Nosotros como coordinadores de solidaridad de Cuba con Paraguay, aquí en Paraguay, Asunción, nos convocamos rápidamente porque vemos como una urgencia, una necesidad muy importante que podamos pronunciarnos a favor de que Paraguay pueda seguir votando a favor del levantamiento del bloqueo criminal que viene sacudiendo a Cuba desde el 62 y de que esa resolución que se va a votar el día miércoles es bastante importante. ¿Por qué? Porque ratifica las demostraciones profundas de solidaridad que tuvo Cuba con Paraguay y que Paraguay sigue dando ese voto y sigue ratificando año tras año su amistad y su proyección de cooperación con el pueblo cubano y con el gobierno cubano.
Cuba históricamente ha sido solidario, un pueblo solidario con nuestra gente, con nuestro pueblo como Paraguay. Entonces también es una retribución como ciudadanos y ciudadanas paraguayas con el pueblo cubano, expresar nuestra solidaridad en este momento que bueno, también se va a estar dando la votación nuevamente en la ONU. Entonces un voto y una decisión unilateral que viene sosteniendo el imperio contra el pueblo cubano. Entonces más que necesario en este momento expresar nuevamente nuestra solidaridad con la revolución cubana.
Si bien es cierto, la causa de la revolución cubana fue la causa de Latinoamérica, en esta coyuntura crítica, global y regional, cobra mucho más importancia la solidaridad con un pueblo que tuvo la audacia de plantearse un proyecto alternativo a 90 millas del imperio, un imperio implacable que encima está cayéndose en la competencia por el control hegemónico del mundo.
Me parece realmente irónico que los grandes medios de comunicación del imperio sigan sosteniendo la idea falaz de dictadura. Y qué rara dictadura que manda médicos en vez de misiles. Qué rara dictadura que manda ayuda internacional en vez de bombardear los países. Qué raro que los países que realmente se mofan de ser demócratas son los que están destruyendo el mundo, matando niños y realmente haciendo crecer la violencia en el mundo.
La política del bloqueo a Cuba, como vemos, es la política más extensa y compleja que jamás se haya aplicado en contra de un país. Nunca un país ha recibido un sistema, una imposición unilateral tan compleja y abarcativa como ha sufrido el pueblo cubano, y de manera tan extensa y con consecuencias catastróficas, consecuencias humanas terribles. Impensable sería pensar siquiera que Paraguay pudiera subsistir con una pequeña cantidad de esa cantidad de bloqueos, con todos los apoyos, entre comillas, que recibe Paraguay, con su sistema impositivo sumamente liberalizado. Aún así, con todas esas libertades y acceso al sistema financiero internacional, Paraguay no consigue alcanzar muchos niveles de estabilidad y de logros que ha alcanzado la revolución, como por ejemplo niveles de alfabetización, de acceso a salud, que son grandes proezas que el pueblo Cuba, que la revolución cubana ha logrado desarrollar con el enorme peso del bloqueo.
Cuba no está sola, todo el mundo está con Cuba socialista, Cuba vencerá.
So again, those were videos from Canada, from the co-chair of the Canadian Network on Cuba, Samantha Hislop, from Vancouver, Canada, with the chair of Vancouver's Anti-War Coalition, Mobilization Against War and Occupation, Janine Solanki, and then further videos from Guinea-Bissau, from Paraguay, from Ethiopia, from Niger. Solidarity from around the world with Cuba against this criminal blockade. Again, we are here with the 24-hour online picket action celebrating Cuba and the victory, tremendous victory for Cuba and for humanity at the United Nations today, when the world once again said unequivocally, we stand with Cuba against genocidal U.S. policy. I see that our dear co-fighter Gustavo Rojas is here from the Colombian movement in solidarity with Cuba. I know you've just joined, Gustavo, but would you like to share a few reflections from today's vote at the United Nations? Welcome.
Thank you very much, Alison. Yes, we are very happy here about the result. Although we were surprised that some nations would have abstained, and also the few who voted against it. But anyway, that doesn't compare with the majority of the world governments who go along with the rejection. And now we have to see how can Cuba enforce this resolution to stop the blockade now. On the other hand, the peoples who have been with this webinar all along this couple of days have shown a remarkable support from a people's viewpoint. And that's another force which we, I think, as a solidarity movement, can be working along to get the support of the people to enforce the end also of the blockade. It's such a criminal blockade. It's no way anyone could justify what's going on in Cuba, especially this nation. So among some of us who are here today, being very proud and very happy about the result, but I think we should make the point of stopping this blockade along the lines of the people in every country supporting and making pickets and going around against the blockade in an organized fashion. So peoples of the world in the different continents would picket the streets, would go on the streets, requesting the governments and the common people to get the USA, stop that criminal blockade, and let the world breathe. We will breathe when the blockade be over. And I think this coordination will be along the lines of webinars like this. We get the feeling, the repulsion, the rejection of the world's community against genocidal blockade that has lasted over 65 years now. Thank you very much, Alison. We wish you the best, and we congratulate and thank you for the great effort to bring about this webinar precisely at the date of the vote in the UN, and request to the continuing work. We have come along a long way, but we have to continue organizing peoples and getting the reactions and sanctions, even sanctions to the USA, sanctions that could come from international judges, and also compensation that has to come along with any agreement that would be happening, hopefully, no longer than next year, and to let Cuba breathe and the rest of the world breathe also with Cuba. Thank you very, very much, dear sisters from Canada. And especially, I was very impressed about the participation of the people from the USA. That's coming along very well. And that is a responsibility that would fall mostly on them, because they're the locals and the ones who can influence probably better and deeper the U.S. government to be back to be lawful, to respect the laws, and to stop the blockade right now. But right now, I mean, in the next weeks or months, but no longer. The world will not stand a government thinking they can go along with genocide and nothing will happen. And that continues with also against our efforts to stop the genocide in Palestine. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for attending. And brothers and sisters, we shall overcome. Viva Cuba! Viva Cuba libre! Viva Cuba sin bloqueo, and viva Cuba como patrimonio cultural, ético y solidario para la humanidad. Thank you very much, Alison. Greetings from Cali, Colombia.
Gracias, Gustavo. Thank you very much, Gustavo. Un abrazo fuerte. Estamos juntos en esta lucha internacional en defensa de Cuba y las causas justas y la acción global de 24 horas. Thank you very much. I see I have joined us here from New York City. You have made it back, I guess, from the United Nations. We also have Rachel here with a Hatway project. So if that's all right, I'll go ahead and invite up Rachel first, and then Ike, if you would like to share any reflections from the United Nations today, that would be excellent. So Rachel is joining us from the Hatway project, an important project that delivers material aid and solidarity to Cuba, especially medicines. It's really great to have you here with us, Rachel, and the floor is yours to let us know what you're working on and how we can support the work of the Hatway project.
Thank you so much for letting me be here today. I'm really excited to be able to contribute to this 24-hour picket. It's just a huge educational task, and I really admire all the work that you're doing. So thank you again. And my name is Rachel. I'm part of the project, and actually an acronym. And so as a group of health professionals, it's to actually collect and raise money for medical supplies that we then help to take Blockade. Or one time we did a really big container. Since 2021, we've been able to our first inaugural trip, we brought vitamins and medications. We were able to bring burn medications, IV drips, different kinds of supplies to the victims of the fires in Matanzas after the fuel plant fire. We have also brought construction materials, over 40,000 pounds of equipment after out of the island. And as we think about Hurricane Melissa today, damaging Santiago and like eastern provinces, to wish the people that during this like very something that we're working on right now.
Rachel, I think it's not just me, but your signal is breaking up a bit. You might.
It is breaking up.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Oh no, I apologize. I can try to move. I don't know if there's a better location. I apologize.
No, that's okay. To get the clearest voice message, you might have to turn off your video, but you can try again.
Yeah, let me see. Is that any better or not so much?
Yeah, that's better.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, in any case, I'll say
I'll
the most recent project.
I'll pull up the website maybe quickly, and then we can show that while you're speaking at least.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Our most recent project is raising money to bring cancer medications specifically for children who are suffering with cancer in different pediatric hospitals. To this point, we've been working on this campaign for about a year and a half. We've brought $180,000 worth of cancer medications to both a couple pediatric hospitals in Havana and also the main hospital, the main pediatric hospital in Santa Clara. It is such an honor to get to do this work. It is really also extremely motivating to see the kinds of basically the kind of crime that the United States has inflicted on Cuba through this blockade, because there's no reason that children or anyone should be denied life-saving medications on the basis of our own U.S. country's criminal blockade on Cuba. And we know that the state sponsor of terrorism list in particular has deeply affected Cuba's healthcare system. It prevents the purchasing of raw materials to produce medication. Up until 2019, when Cuba was placed back on the list, 60% of the medications on the island were being produced there from raw materials. And that's no longer possible because of the state sponsor of terrorism list specifically. We know that it prevents the ordering of new equipment, tools, the fuel and electricity that go to the hospital. And it also prevents people in the US and the world from accessing any of the incredible medical gains and technologies that Cuba has also developed. So, yeah, I think that is kind of the work that we're doing right now. We're planning another brigade in late December on the 26th through January 3rd to help bring more cancer medication. And for anybody who is interested in participating or wanting to learn more, the website is here. It's atoyproject.org, but you can also find us on Instagram, just at atoyproject. And I guess last, I'll end with, we saw that today at the UN vote, we saw the world that stands with Cuba. We want to salute to all of the countries that voted on the resolution to end the U.S. blockade on Cuba. And that we also, as people in the United States, have an opportunity to help support Cuba, Cuban people, and to help end the blockade here with kind of the education and the knowledge that we know of the truth of this blockade. So yeah, thank you very much again for having us on today. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. I know technology doesn't always cooperate with us, but I really appreciate you bringing the information from the Hatsaway Project. We have showed throughout the 24-hour picket a video produced by Belly of the Beast about the contributions of the project. We know that all of the international solidarity in the form of aid that we take as people living around the world is only a drop in the bucket to what Cuba needs. It only alleviates a small part of what is denied the people of Cuba through the criminal U.S. blockade. And that's why our campaigns are not only campaigns of raising funds or collecting medicine, but our campaigns of solidarity and education about the blockade. That's always an important component of the material aid and fundraising solidarity work we do for Cuba. And thank you for sharing about the Atue project. We can go ahead and put the link in the chat, encourage people to support, and thank you again for joining. So next, I wanted to go ahead and invite up Ike. So Ike is here from New York, New Jersey, Cuba C. He has been at the United Nations today, observed the vote, was able to speak briefly with Cuba's foreign minister, Bruno Rodriguez, and is one of the organizers and founders of the U.S.-Cuba Normalization Conference Coalition and the 24-hour picket action. Oh, and Aaron is here as well, and Aaron Feely Nahum. Good to see you both.
Gustavo, how you doing, brother?
Great to see you, brother.
Didn't we see you at 5 in the morning? When with Raza today.
Let's get in the picture here. Make sure we're in the frame.
Okay.
So, yeah, we were there through the vote, and it was quite an experience.
We have to be respectful, they tell us. So we couldn't make any sounds. We couldn't be, flamboyant with our disgust when the U.S. spoke. That was difficult, a lot of eyebrow raising. And when Bruno, a few people clapped, which we had to stifle after Bruno responded. So it was
the final vote, there was some applause a little bit, and they relented. But we were a disciplined group. We had about 40 both days. Solidarity activists, mostly from New York and New Jersey, but really from people came in from different cities.
And a lot of the mission came today as well. The children were there from some of the people from the mission. That was nice.
It was very interesting today. And the U.S., as we've talked about, I think we talked about earlier, and in our movement broadly, we've been updating ourselves as we've been building our activities, of which this 24-hour picket line is a central, now annual and regular tradition in our movement around the time of this vote. But we've noted and have noted that the U.S. was more aggressive this year under Trump and Rubio, trying to recruit new countries and to try to take advantage of certain political shifts and alignments to try to fight back. And they've done that. And we saw that reflected in the vote today a little bit. There was a minor but notable advances that the U.S. made. For example, the EU in the past has always voted as a bloc, even though they're very disparate. But on this question, they would vote against the blockade and for the Cuban resolution, and mostly in terms of its extraterritorial character. But at the same time, they would want to make their statements separately to throw in boilerplate criticisms of Cuba on human rights and so on and so forth. But this year they split, and there was a layer led by Poland, the Baltic states, a couple of others that moved to abstain.
And they focusing on Russia.
And that was among the charges, was that. But so that was one front in which they made some gains. The other was there's a layer of more conservative Latin American governments that are in power that voted either abstained or, in the case of Argentina, voted against Cuba. So they were able to increase their abstentions. I think last year there were 1 or 2. This year they got it up to 12. Oops, I think we lost power here somehow.
Can you still
hear us?
We can still see
Go
and
ahead.
hear
We're
you.
And
Yeah.
that's the last thing I'll say. And the no votes, that is voting with the U.S. against Cuba, went from 2, which was Israel and the U.S., up to 7, including Ukraine, including I don't know why Hungary, but Hungary, and also Argentina and a couple of other, I think, Latin American governments. But so that was it. It was still overwhelmingly for Cuba, but it showed that the U.S.
influence,
because they're doing this at the same time as we all know, they're ratcheting up the war drive and war moves in against Venezuela and Cuba. I mean,
many people mentioned, the Venezuela and the issues that were happening, the bombings, and what the U.S. was doing. But it was just interesting. They had put out the lies a couple of weeks ago, a month ago, regarding troops, supposedly Cubans fighting, for Russia. And 2 of the countries that abstained or ended up going without mentioned that. In most of the people who said no, they brought that up. So it was interesting. The U.S. gave them, the material for them.
Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez answered that very sharply. And his speech was also today, which really responded to the U.S. ambassador. And the fact is, the U.S. ambassador was the one that spoke for them yesterday, which because in the past they have not done that. In the past they've sent some flunky, and in the last session, but this year it's an indication that they're taking it seriously, because if they do go to war, against Venezuela and Colombia and the region, then they will need to do that with allies. So they're trying to get some.
Well, and all sorts of threats and coercion.
Right. I mean, you could see it. They've been working on it. I'm surprised though that people did it. They sort of preempted it yesterday with the guy trying to pretend that, people come to us individually and they just do it because it's important to Cuba, so they go with the vote. But so they had obviously been working on this, and had a plan and were pressuring people in the smaller countries. Obviously, they bribed them, and the U.S. it's always a transaction of some kind.
What's always the most remarkable when you think about it is how many people resist the pressure.
Yes.
The first year that this thing was done, when the Cubans figured out a way and they slipped it into the UN, this is back in 1992. I remember it. That's how long we've been fighting around this.
Was born.
They slipped it in there so that they could get it before the General Assembly. But that first year or two, they actually had the most countries abstain. The U.S. pressure was so intense. It was only gradually that we got to the point where it got to be unanimous virtually with everybody, with the exception of Israel.
Well, over this time.
But now that the U.S. is trying to get some more allies, to recruit some more reactionary governments to line up with them, starting with Milei and Argentina.
With all that Cuba has done for these other countries over the years since 1992, the solidarity, the doctors, everything else, how could they not, be able to stand up for them? And that's probably part of the increase.
It's very inspiring to watch the president or the representative of a small, mostly black Caribbean country that has maybe 150,000 people in it or something like that, like Barbados or someplace, to get up and say, you want us to vote against Cuba, and Cuba has done this for us.
Right.
Like Aaron was saying,
they
said, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it.
And that's what the majority do. I mean, and you can sort of see where the people who went on the fence, with the excuses that they used. They were not as close as what Cuba does do for these other
But the truth is, I mean, I'll give you one example it shows the contradiction maybe. We were listening yesterday and a representative from Bolivia got up and gave a great rap, and I'm thinking to myself, they just had this new conservative government. Is this the new government? But actually, they haven't taken office yet. So this was still the representative of the old government that was from the MAS.
So we got one.
so they've still voted today, but next year with a more conservative government, there is this alternation in Latin America because of the crisis in Argentina, between different Peronist governments with different so-called libertarian governments. The latest being Milei, but it doesn't solve the endless financial crisis. But the point is that all of Latin America, that still has some forms of democracy. There's still this alternation because the system is very much in crisis and very on the edge of more chaos and crisis because we're on you're going to look back sometimes at these crisis-filled years like they were the good old days because of the economic storms that are coming and real storms like the hurricane that just hit that causes devastation. But that's a whole other question.
Well, thank you.
Saw that the People's Forum were calling for a fundraising campaign they just put out on our U.S. Cuba.
Yeah, we got.
Yeah, I just actually got the poster. I can take a quick minute to announce the 2 fundraising campaigns that we know about to date, and there will likely be more. But
I'm happy to say I have a friend who has their families are there, and they were all right. They were scared, but everybody was okay.
They managed to evacuate 750,000 people, the Cubans.
Exactly. Yeah,
so
Cuba
still have, despite all the problems, the systems to deal with this.
Exactly. So there is devastation. We don't want to undermine at all the devastation and how difficult the recovery is under a criminal blockade. Yes. So it is very important we donate, we organize in support of these donation campaigns to help Cuba recover from Hurricane Melissa. So one such campaign I'll put in the chat is from the People's Forum. They're collecting money, looking towards raising $50,000 urgently. You can go to peoplesforum.org/hurricane-relief. That is the poster and kind of shareable for their campaign. Encourage people to do so. And then the Canadian Network on Cuba has also launched a hurricane relief campaign. This is a campaign that is accessible to people around the world, but the information where it says about an e-transfer, that's a common donation system used here in Canada. So if you are joining from Canada, please share and donate yourself to this hurricane relief fund. We know that this is, again, just a small fraction of what could be accomplished if the United States blockade was lifted and Cuba had access to all of the money it needed. It could better, of course, support its fantastic evacuation system, its fantastic disaster preparedness system. That means that not only do people rarely lose their lives, despite the tremendous force of nature that is sometimes leveled against Cuba, but also don't lose their most important belongings, don't lose their livestock. That Cuba protects people's ability to go back as quickly as possible to everyday life. So I encourage you to please join the Hurricane Melissa relief, spread that around. And as we build relief for Hurricane Melissa, we can also talk about how Cuba is only 90 miles from the United States. You know, a well-outfitted Home Depot could likely provide plenty of supplies to Cuba that Cuba needs desperately to repair people's roofs quickly, but that is not going to happen because of the criminal U.S. blockade, let alone Cuba being able to get many supplies it needs from around the world because this blockade is extraterritorial. It is not as simple as people may tell you that Cuba can just buy things from Mexico, not the United States. Multinational corporations that want to trade with the United States refuse to trade with Cuba because of the blockade.
I have to smile because Ambassador Waltz was telling us how, easy and how much the U.S. gave and what embargo are you talking about? Look at all the chicken we send and there was this much done. And I was thinking, yeah, that was the solidarity movement, wasn't it? And you know, like the hoops that one has to go through to be able to do any of this, as you said, 90 miles away, a very simple step if this criminal blockade didn't exist.
So we have a, yeah, go ahead, Gustavo, and I'll get some photos ready to share, but please go.
Okay, actually, I think it would be quite interesting to invite the BRICS countries to help Cuba this time. I think those countries who are actually independent from the U.S. umbrella, and they can go ahead and do it as they are doing it something now without stopping and without actually doing anything to without stopping and without paying any attention to the USA.
Without U.S. dollars.
Yes, if Cuba gets into the BRICS, another story would be told, and they can go on much easily with belonging to the BRICS than just stopping worrying about the USA. I hope there will be a time soon when Cuba will be able to pass the page and say, "US, do whatever you want. We go our way." Ike?
No, I was going to say it should be said that the United Nations disaster funds or whatever departments deal with these things has said publicly that aid is ready on a massive scale for Jamaica and Cuba in terms of Hurricane Melissa. But as always, these so-called natural disasters always have, under capitalism, a political content to them. And what that means as far as for Cuba now, we have to turn this so-called natural disaster into explaining why Cuba's ability to deal with it and recover from it, on top of the disaster of the blockade, is further hindered by the blockade. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we'll see. You know, the U.S. sometimes when these things happen, will say, "Oh, we're happy to." I mean, Biden said, "We'll give Cuba vaccines for COVID," when they already had produced 5 vaccines.
I remember they offered nothing. The last disaster was like they offered nothing.
But the world, you know, may see what this means, and that's politically what's important.
Definitely. Okay, well, I'm gonna show a few photos we've received recently from around the world we haven't seen yet. We'll go ahead and listen to some music. If people have been sitting a while, get up, stretch, look at the photos, grab a coffee or a tea, and we'll go ahead and get moving towards the next portion of our program. Thank you, Ike and Aaron, for being our
many hours
voice on the
now?
ground in New York.
How
Sorry?
many hours have you been going?
So it is 2:30 p.m. Started in Vancouver. We started yesterday at 5 p.m. So we are at 21 and a half, no, 22 and a half hours.
Wow.
21 and a half hours. 21 and a half hours. Excuse my math brain. So we are getting close to the final 2 hours and to the special celebration. If you know people, I'm going to start messaging people to encourage them to come and join us for the celebration component. That's going to start at 4 p.m. Vancouver time, 7 p.m. Eastern time or Cuba time. So let's get a bunch of us online to unite our voices. We'll start sending some reminder messages soon, but let's enjoy these photos. And yeah, the final, about 3 hours of our picket.
You guys have done a great job as always.
Thank you so much.
It's always great to see. I tuned in this morning on Australia and Perth, and I think Gustavo was there as well while we were getting ready to go to the UN. It's always exciting to all of the massive amounts of people who love Cuba. It's always shown on this during the 24-hour picket.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
falta alas para hacer un sueño. No hacen falta alas para alzar el vuelo.
No hacen falta alas para hacer un sueño.
Basta con las manos, basta con el pecho, basta con las piernas y con el empeño.
No hacen falta alas para ser más bellos.
Basta el buen sentido del amor inmenso. No hacen falta alas para alzar el vuelo.
Recojo fondos para pobres de amistad y de sonrisa. Recojo cuanto haya de bien en lo que esconde tu camisa.
Acepto cuanto pueda ser útil al coro que compongo. Siempre que quieras compartir un sueño ancho, largo y hondo.
Recojo el hielo a la deriva de los polos congelados. Luego con buena voluntad y mucha miel haré un helado.
No le daré al mentiroso y al cobarde. Repartiré solo al que ama y al que arde.
Those were just a few more photos we have received from around the world. We went to Amsterdam in the Netherlands, Burkina Faso, Canada, including Vancouver, Ottawa, and Toronto, a front page of a newspaper from Costa Rica, from many photos from France and their solidarity with Cuba, New York City, Paraguay, Miami, Minneapolis was that last one, where they were standing out on a bridge and catching the attention of people driving by at the 24-hour picket action here today. I think that we have heard a wonderful selection of so many people from around the world, as Aaron was saying. This 24 hours of action, I think we could fill years of action in solidarity with Cuba, with all of the international solidarity. It is clear the world stands with Cuba, but it is the United States that is isolated in its genocidal policy, costing Cuba billions of dollars annually due to this policy meant to strangle the people of Cuba into submission. Thank you, Shay. Yeah, favorite day of the year because we get to connect internationally. So I'm going to play We're working on getting connected with our co-organizer, Julie, in Chicago, but I thought now would be an excellent time to play the words of Bruno Rodriguez at the United Nations. This is Cuba's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ike and Aaron, who we've just heard from, were able to listen to Bruno Rodriguez live, but it is well worth watching his words again today. So I'm going to go ahead and get this all queued up, and then we will hopefully be connected with Julie in Chicago shortly.
Señora Presidenta, expreso profundas condolencias y solidaridad a los gobiernos y pueblos de Jamaica, Haití, República Dominicana, que han sufrido pérdidas de vidas debido al huracán Melissa. También a Panamá, que ha sufrido algunas pérdidas por intensas lluvias. Y también nuestros mejores deseos a Bahamas y Bermuda. Hablo en nombre de un pueblo que ahora mismo enfrenta con escasos recursos, prácticamente solo con voluntad, unidad y solidaridad, un huracán monstruoso. Como ha dicho anoche el líder de la Revolución Cubana, Raúl Castro Ruz, y cito, ante este nuevo desafío también saldremos victoriosos. Hemos escuchado el discurso infame, amenazador, arrogante, mentiroso y cínico del nuevo representante permanente de los Estados Unidos que no se encuentra en la sala. Así lo esperábamos, sabiendo de dónde viene el personaje y de sus turbios vínculos con el secretario de Estado, las mafias de contratistas militares y la claque política de Miami. Ayer, desde este podio, dijo que se iba a referir a hechos, pero hizo justamente lo contrario. Solo recordaré lo que él parece ignorar a pesar de sus responsabilidades, o peor, lo que quizá desvirtúa con espíritu mendaz. Las leyes y normas de agresión económica de su país contra Cuba no son ambiguas en cuanto a acciones y ambiciones. Declaran abiertamente en ley la meta de restringir las relaciones comerciales, de inversión y crediticias de Cuba con todos los países. Establecen también en cuerpos de ley la obligación de los diplomáticos estadounidenses de cumplir con ese mandato en sus contactos con funcionarios de los gobiernos que ustedes representan. Recomendaría leer a mis colegas de Estados Unidos el título 1 y el título 3 de la ley Helms-Burton y el contenido de la ley Torricelli. Las acciones hablan por sí solas y me referiré a ellas con claridad. Esta Asamblea podrá determinar por sí misma, como ha hecho durante 33 años, si se está o no ante un bloqueo económico. En las últimas semanas ha sido brutal e inédito el despliegue de presiones, intimidación y toxicidad del Departamento de Estado a escala planetaria para forzar a los estados soberanos a cambiar su voto sobre la resolución que adoptaremos hoy. Han empleado todas sus armas y artimañas, en especial la coerción. Pero la verdad, el derecho, la razón y la justicia son siempre más poderosos y contundentes. No puede ocultarse que en virtud de la política criminal del gobierno de Estados Unidos contra Cuba, se priva con saña a mi país, en cualquier rincón del mundo, del uso de los sistemas bancarios para realizar cobros y pagos. Se le priva de acceso a fuentes de financiamiento corriente, de capital de inversión, de remesas, de tecnología para la industria, la producción de alimentos, la infraestructura, el desarrollo científico y los servicios, incluyendo los más sensibles como la salud. El propósito estratégico del bloqueo es provocar un estallido social que derive en el derrocamiento del ordenamiento constitucional que los cubanos hemos decidido darnos libremente en varios referendos. El secretario de Estado es la reencarnación maligna, corrupta y fraudulenta del señor Mallory, y el representante permanente ha venido a convertirse en su vocero. Como se sabe, el impacto de este tipo de agresión no es solo económico, se aplica por diseño, con fría premeditación respecto a su impacto social y humanitario sobre millones de personas. En Cuba, por ejemplo, se ha registrado en años recientes, y lo digo con dolor, el deterioro de algunos indicadores de salud que, si bien aún son destacados para un país en desarrollo y comparables con los países industrializados, son hoy inferiores a los índices que nuestro país fue capaz de alcanzar progresivamente. Un ejemplo es la mortalidad infantil, que después de años consecutivos con índices por debajo de 5 por cada 1.000 nacidos vivos, se sitúa en 8,5 en el primer semestre de este año. Habría que mentir, como ha hecho el representante permanente de Estados Unidos, para divorciar este resultado del impacto que sobre el sostenimiento del sistema de salud tiene el bloqueo. Como no se pueden separar de él los índices de esperanza de vida, mortalidad materna o disponibilidad de medicamentos altamente subsidiados para la población. Solo entre el 1 de marzo de 2024 y el 28 de febrero pasado, el bloqueo causó a Cuba unos 7.556 millones de dólares en daños y perjuicios materiales. Es un impacto similar al Producto Interno Bruto nominal de al menos 30 países de los que están aquí representados, según datos del Banco Mundial. Pero los daños del bloqueo no solo se expresan en números y perjuicios materiales, sino en la vida cotidiana de nuestros compatriotas. Ninguna persona, familia o sector escapa a sus efectos cotidianos y devastadores. Dailianis, joven cubana de 29 años, con una miocardiopatía hipertrófica que puede implicar riesgo para su vida, requiere la implantación de un desfibrilador automático al que Cuba no tiene acceso. Dailianis y tantos otros pacientes cubanos con similar patología se mantienen en espera de este tipo de implante. El niño Abdiel, de 6 años, necesita una operación de cadera que requiere un injerto óseo. Este tejido se produce en el banco de tejidos del Hospital Cubano Fran País, pero el indispensable proceso de liofilización está paralizado por la falta de un sensor. No ha sido posible comprarlo, aún teniendo el dinero para pagarlo, porque las empresas que lo suministran ante el bloqueo a Cuba se niegan a venderlo conforme a las prácticas habituales del comercio. No se trata de daños colaterales, no son casos aislados, son experiencias cotidianas, son seres humanos inocentes que sufren. La creatividad de nuestras instituciones y de los profesionales que en ellas trabajan es extraordinaria y muy meritoria, pero no puede calcularse la angustia que genera a las familias cubanas ni la tensión que supone al sistema de salud pública no poder contar con estos medicamentos o insumos médicos cuando se requieren. Parte esencial del recrudecimiento del bloqueo ha sido, desde 2019, el aumento de la persecución a las operaciones de suministro de combustible, incluyendo a empresas navieras, aseguradoras, bancos y gobiernos, lo que ha provocado a Cuba la reducción de proveedores y el incremento exorbitante de los precios. Los apagones o cortes eléctricos son hoy uno de los impactos más visibles y dolorosos del bloqueo en Cuba, con efecto cotidiano sobre las familias, a veces desesperante. Tiene impacto sobre otros sectores como el abasto de agua, los procesos productivos, los servicios y la economía en su conjunto, todo lo cual pesa sobre la población. Hace pocos meses, una corporación de un país y el gobierno amistoso de este declararon imposible suministrar una pieza de repuesto y mera asistencia técnica para reparar una termoeléctrica cubana ante la amenaza de sanciones estadounidenses. Otro sector vital de la economía particularmente perjudicado es el del turismo. Hoy se intimida a ciudadanos de más de 40 países a los que se amenaza con represalias por parte del gobierno estadounidense y la prohibición de acceso al sistema electrónico de autorización de viajes o visa ESTA, si en virtud del ejercicio elemental de sus derechos deciden visitar a Cuba. El gobierno de Estados Unidos no solo priva a sus propios ciudadanos del derecho de viajar a Cuba, sino que se propone y consigue privar por vía de la coerción a ciudadanos de otros países que no están bajo su jurisdicción, especialmente ciudadanos europeos. Una de las medidas que mayor impacto tiene es la injustificable presencia de Cuba en la lista unilateral y arbitraria que publica el gobierno estadounidense de estados que supuestamente patrocinan el terrorismo. Cuba es un país víctima del terrorismo. Así lo hemos demostrado antes en esta asamblea. Durante años y aún hoy se organizan y financian contra el país actos terroristas desde territorio de los Estados Unidos. Viven aquí tranquilamente y con absoluta impunidad reconocidos perpetradores de actos horrendos de agresión contra el pueblo cubano, con un saldo de miles de muertes, de mutilados y cuantioso daño material. Entregamos en 2023 al gobierno estadounidense los nombres y datos de 62 terroristas y de 20 organizaciones terroristas que actúan contra Cuba desde este país y no han hecho nada hasta hoy. La guerra económica incluye un programa integral de desestabilización. Voy a denunciar estas acciones por primera vez. Incluye un programa integral de desestabilización organizado, financiado y ejecutado directamente por el gobierno de Estados Unidos con el empleo de operadores de origen cubano radicados en este y otros países. Tienen la misión, tienen el encargo de deprimir el nivel de ingresos de la población cubana por la vía de la manipulación especulativa de la tasa de cambio de la moneda, con efecto directo en el crecimiento de los precios, la propagación en redes de mensajes intimidatorios y alarmistas y la alteración así del comportamiento natural del mercado. El efecto es un daño severo al ingreso de cada cubano y obstáculos adicionales a los programas de estabilización macroeconómica. Se incurre para ello en el blanqueo de dinero del presupuesto federal estadounidense, empleando fondos asignados por el Congreso de los Estados Unidos y utilizados por el Departamento de Estado, organizaciones no gubernamentales y contratistas que lo canalizan. Nuestro gobierno cuenta con evidencia irrefutable sobre estas operaciones, con datos, nombres, contactos, comunicaciones y el involucramiento directo del gobierno de Estados Unidos y de sus diplomáticos. Se trata de una actividad criminal frente al derecho internacional, las leyes cubanas e incluso las leyes estadounidenses. Estados Unidos ha tratado de vender la idea de que el bloqueo es una justificación del gobierno cubano para esconder sus ineficiencias o los errores de su modelo de desarrollo. Esta campaña política se sostiene en una operación comunicacional y digital que, mediante la desinformación tóxica, los eufemismos, los silencios selectivos y la saturación coordinada de mensajes, busca instalar la percepción de que el bloqueo no existe o no afecta a la población. El gobierno de Estados Unidos no solo intenta negar o minimizar el efecto del bloqueo, sino que penalizan a quienes documentan sus daños y consecuencias, recurriendo a campañas de descrédito, a cibertropas pagadas con los fondos de cambio de régimen y a la censura algorítmica por parte de las plataformas tecnológicas de su propiedad respecto a los contenidos nacionales cubanos. Mentiría y mentirá quien niegue que sin bloqueo los problemas económicos de Cuba tendrían mejor y más rápida solución. De hecho, los propios promotores de la política de bloqueo y máxima presión se ufanan públicamente de su efecto destructivo y la capacidad para golpear el nivel de vida de todo un pueblo. Revísense las declaraciones del secretario de Estado de Estados Unidos y de los políticos que han hecho carrera y fortuna con la agresión a Cuba. Si el gobierno de Estados Unidos tiene alguna mínima preocupación por ayudar al pueblo cubano, como dicen, suspenda o haga excepciones humanitarias al bloqueo con motivo de los daños que está ocasionando el huracán Melissa. Cuba es un país de paz. Nadie en su sano juicio y con un mínimo de honestidad puede alegar que Cuba representa o se proponga representar una amenaza a la seguridad nacional de los Estados Unidos, una gran potencia, ni al bienestar del pueblo estadounidense. ¿Qué país tiene fuerzas militares desplegadas de forma agresiva, extraordinaria e injustificada en el Mar Caribe mientras aquí deliberamos? ¿Cuál es el que amenaza la paz, la seguridad y la estabilidad de la región, y en especial la paz y el derecho a la libre determinación del hermano pueblo venezolano? ¿Cuál es el que ha adoptado la práctica criminal de cometer asesinatos en alta mar o dentro de las aguas jurisdiccionales de otros países a manos de sus fuerzas armadas, como ocurre hoy en el Caribe o en el Pacífico? ¿Cuál tiene a nuestra región llena de bases militares quien articula abiertamente planes agresivos de subversión y cambio de régimen contra gobiernos progresistas? ¿Qué gobierno es el cómplice directo, suministrador de armas y financiamiento para el genocidio en Gaza? Si el gobierno estadounidense deseara contribuir a la paz en nuestra América, retire la amenaza militar y acepte un diálogo civilizado, sin precondiciones ni imposiciones, con Venezuela, con Colombia, con Nicaragua, con Cuba y con todos con los que tenga diferencias, y colectivamente con la comunidad de estados latinoamericanos y caribeños. El bloqueo es una política de castigo colectivo, califica como un acto de genocidio, viola de manera flagrante, masiva y sistemática los derechos humanos de los cubanos, no distingue entre sectores sociales o actores económicos. Agradezco profundamente a quienes en este debate y en el segmento de alto nivel de este periodo de sesiones alzaron su voz para pedir el fin del bloqueo y la salida de nuestro país de la espuria lista de estados llamados patrocinadores del terrorismo. Agradezco también a las agrupaciones regionales y de concertación que a lo largo del año han realizado sólidas declaraciones al respecto, a las numerosas organizaciones y movimientos de solidaridad con Cuba alrededor del mundo, a los estadounidenses que abogan por una relación basada en el respeto y la igualdad soberana entre ambos países. Reconozco las expresiones de cubanos en Estados Unidos y en todas partes que con sus pronunciamientos y sus acciones solidarias y patrióticas se oponen y luchan contra el bloqueo. Cuba no se rendirá. Persistiremos en denunciar la infamia y el atropello. Ejerceremos con determinación el derecho a decidir nuestro destino. Continuaremos el empeño de superar nuestras dificultades actuales y asegurar la sostenibilidad económica del país, aún con la continuación o incluso el ulterior fortalecimiento del bloqueo. Con José Martí, nuestro pueblo reafirma hoy que, antes que cejar en el empeño de hacer próspera y libre a la patria, primero se unirá el mar del sur al mar del norte y nacerá una serpiente de un huevo de águila. Y de Antonio Maceo, quien intente apropiarse de Cuba, recogerá el polvo de su suelo anegado en sangre si no perece en la lucha. Y con Fidel Castro Ruz exclamamos otra vez: patria o muerte, venceremos. Señora Presidenta, en nombre del noble y solidario pueblo cubano, que lleva décadas escribiendo una hazaña admirable de patriotismo, justicia, resistencia, creación y sacrificio, solicito respetuosamente a los Estados miembros votar a favor del proyecto A/80/L6 titulado Necesidad de poner fin al bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto por los Estados Unidos de América contra Cuba. Será, distinguidos embajadores, señores delegados, un acto de justicia a favor de un pueblo de paz que hoy se enfrenta, como al bloqueo, a otro huracán monstruoso. Muchas gracias.
Señora Presidenta de la Asamblea General.
Thank you, everyone. That was the intervention of Cuba's Foreign Minister, Bruno Rodriguez, at the United Nations. I think important to listen to hear his words direct from Cuba about the impact of the blockade, and his words also of appreciation and thanks to the countries around the world, the overwhelming majority of countries that have stood with Cuba at this important time. We have a number of speakers that have joined us. We're running about 10 minutes late in our program. So Rabab and Jaime, we need about 10 minutes to connect with you if that's all right. But we have with us here Marco Papaci, who is the president of the National Association of Friendship between Cuba and Italy. So Marco, I will switch to Spanish in a second. I just want to put into the chat, we are using a new kind of feature of automatically translated captions today with Zoom. So there is a way that if you are not listening and already with using the captions, you can do so because Marco will be speaking in Spanish. I don't think we'll try to understand Italian today, but Marco will be speaking in Spanish. So if you're going to want to listen in English, go to the bottom of your screen. There's a button that says CC. Hit the up arrow and you can turn on the translated captions and choose your listening language as English. And that hopefully will go ahead and work. Sí. Vamos a comenzar con la próxima parte de nuestro programa. Estamos aquí con Marco Papace, el presidente de la Asociación de Amistad entre Cuba y Italia. Es un honor a tener con nosotros en la acción virtual de 24 horas, Marco Papaci. Y si quieres participar en inglés, es necesario usar el sistema de traducción, pero también, Marco, es necesario para usted a chequear si sus opciones en Zoom están rectas. Hay una parte de tu ecrán que dice CC, hay una flecha arriba y es necesario elegir que su lengua, Marco, es español. Y en sí, es una cosa importante para tener la traducción actual al inglés. Espero que todo está bien. Y bueno, Marco Papaci, por favor, su mensaje desde Italia. Estás en muda, un momento.
Ante todo, muchísimas gracias a todos. Magnífico trabajo. Este online de 24 horas, esta manifestación de 24 horas no es fácil y de verdad lo felicito a todos. Hoy hemos asistido a otra gran victoria del gobierno de Cuba, de la Revolución cubana, a pesar que se han perdido varios votos. Cuba sigue siendo un país victorioso. 165 países que votaron a favor de Cuba es una gran victoria a pesar de las muchísimas presiones que han tenido varios países por parte de los Estados Unidos. Eh, yo soy muy feliz de la votación de mi país gobernado por la derecha. Lo siento mucho, pero un país gobernado por la derecha que por suerte votó en contra del bloqueo. Yo estaba muy preocupado porque cuando vi la votación de Hungría a favor del bloqueo, pensé que Italia también se iba a unir a Hungría. Por suerte no fue así, pero los Estados Unidos fueron capaces, después de muchísimos años, de dividir la posición común de la Unión Europea. Muchos países de la Unión Europea se abstuvieron y esto es un punto a favor de Estados Unidos, sin duda. Los 7 países que votaron, si vamos a analizar quiénes son, dan, honestamente, dan pena. Israel, un estado criminal que ha masacrado el pueblo y que está masacrando el pueblo de Palestina. Argentina, un pueblo gobernado por un loco, un loco. Yo no entiendo, y no entiendo cómo el pueblo argentino puede votar por un personaje así. Bueno, Estados Unidos con el payaso de Donald Trump. Después estaba Hungría, gobernada por un fascista, declaradamente fascista. Macedonia, Macedonia del Norte le compraron el voto. Quien me sorprendió muchísimo fue el voto de Paraguay. Esto sí, no me lo esperaba, porque casi siempre América Latina ha votado unida y compacta a favor de Cuba. Y esto honestamente ha creado situación un poco extraña. Después fuimos a ver, analizando quién se estuvieron. Hay algunos países que no votaron. Por ejemplo, Bulgaria no votó República Dominicana, no votó El Salvador. Después, a ver, bueno, Venezuela no puede votar, no votó la República de Siria y, y llegaron a 12 abstenciones. Y los 7 ya lo hemos analizado: Israel, Hungría, Norte Macedonia, Paraguay. Ah, bueno, se me había olvidado el voto de Ucrania. No podemos esperar otra cosa de Ucrania. Un payaso, un títere puesto ahí, eh, después que han masacrado miles y miles de ciudadanos en el Donbass y en el Donetsk. ¿Qué podemos esperar? La única cosa que me da pena que se olvidaron de la ayuda que le dio Cuba a Ucrania cuando lo de Chernobyl. Tienes la memoria corta y además se lo compran con 4 kilos prometido por Estados Unidos. Los demás países, 165, reconocen eh, la necesidad de poner fin a este bloqueo. Nosotros de todas formas celebramos el resultado victorioso de esta resolución. Eh, el ministro Bruno Rodríguez calificó como un castigo colectivo y es verdad, porque se están ensañando desde más de 60 años en contra de un pueblo que ha decidido escoger su camino desde el 1 enero de 1959. Eh, a nosotros nos sorprende que algunos países hayan cedido ante la agresión desenfrenada del actual gobierno estadounidense. Y esto, desgraciadamente, representa una renuncia a la dignidad para quien ha perdido por completo la decencia y la vergüenza de apoyar la perpetración del genocidio del pueblo palestino por cualquier miedo, pero se arrogan el derecho de llevar a cabo la ejecución extrajudicial, bombardeando como lo que están haciendo en las aguas internacionales y en las aguas nacionales, frente a las costas de Venezuela, a la cual va toda nuestra solidaridad, y como toda nuestra solidaridad va al pueblo palestino. Por último, otra cosa que quería subrayar son las increíbles mentiras que fue capaz de decir el embajador estadounidense en su discurso. De verdad tiene, no sé cómo se dice, si lo entiende lo que estoy diciendo, la cara dura de declarar frente al mundo 10 mentiras. Aquí en Italia nosotros tenemos una marioneta muy conocida a nivel mundial que se llama Pinocho, que me imagino que cada uno de ustedes conoce. Era el muñequito de madera que cuando decía la mentira se le alarga la nariz. Y este señor, de verdad, sin pudor, se puso a declarar alguna cosa y lo dijo así al descaro, como si la gente fuera boba, estúpida, a creer lo que este hombre iba diciendo. Lo voy a repasar un segundo con ustedes porque en serio a veces da risa. Dice, el bloqueo no existe. La dificultad económica de Cuba son responsabilidad exclusiva del gobierno de La Habana. La resolución anual de la ONU es propaganda. La escasez de alimento y medicina es culpa del gobierno de Cuba. El bloqueo permite exportar libremente. Cuba tiene plena libertad para comerciar con otros países. El gobierno cubano trafica con su personal médico. Nosotros somos un ejemplo de la presencia de los médicos cubanos. Durante la COVID tuvimos dos brigadas médicas, una en la ciudad de Crema y una en la ciudad de Torino. Y en este momento tenemos 400 médicos en el sur de Italia, porque, no porque una de estas regiones de Italia no tiene médicos que sirven para acudir a la población. El gobierno, otra de las mentiras, el gobierno cubano se beneficia del mercenarismo. Cuba destabiliza el hemisferio y Cuba contribuye a la maquinaria de guerra rusa. O sea, una serie de mentiras peor, una peor de la otra, una peor de la otra. Empezaron, y mucha gente le creyó y por eso se abstuvieron que los cubanos están ayudando a los rusos en la guerra en Ucrania. Ellos han montado esta farsa, esta mentira, la han montado para golpear a Cuba. Y la misma cosa vale por los médicos cubanos. Ellos dicen que es una trata de esclavos. ¿Con qué coraje pueden hacer determinadas afirmaciones? Los médicos cubanos, si tuvieran la posibilidad, estarían en todas partes del mundo, como lo han demostrado cuando hubo el huracán Katrina, cuando surgió la brigada Henry Reeve. Y nosotros hemos vivido sobre nuestra piel la ayuda que nos dieron los médicos cubanos. Pero a los americanos no les interesa. Ellos están enfocados en destruir a este país, tratando de empujar a la población cubana, cogiéndola por hambre, por cansancio, a rebelarse al gobierno de Cuba. Y no veo otra cosa. La campaña mediática que hay en la red social es enorme, enorme. Yo le agradezco a ustedes de este piquete online de 24 horas, porque también esto es muy importante, porque la gente sepa cuál es la verdad sobre Cuba. Nosotros tenemos en nuestra Asociación Nacional varios espacios que son página, sitio web, página Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, o sea, estamos en todas partes. Tenemos una revista también que se llama El Moncada, pero ellos tienen el poder en la mano y tratar de parar esta gran información no es fácil. Pero nosotros tenemos un ejemplo que es Cuba. Y este ejemplo nosotros tenemos que seguir manteniéndolo, seguir dándole nuestra solidaridad, no solo a Cuba, fundamentalmente a Cuba, tenemos que prepararnos también para lo que va a pasar ahora en Venezuela, porque yo estoy seguro que ellos están buscando una falsa noticia, una, creo que se dice en inglés, false flag, ¿no? Eh, para atacar a Venezuela y tratar de cambiar el gobierno del legítimo presidente Nicolás Maduro. Eh, no sé si me queda tiempo, si ya pasaron 10 minutos, si puedo seguir alguna cosa dándole alguna información más del trabajo que estamos haciendo muy rápidamente. Hemos lanzado una campaña en Italia, una campaña donde se unieron tres organizaciones de masa, que es la Confederación General de Trabajadores de Italia, el ARCI, que es una asociación recreativa muy conocida, y el AMPI, que es la Asociación de los Viejos Partisanos, y la Asociación Nacional de Amistad Italia-Cuba, una campaña de recopilación de fondos, recaudación de fondos para ayudar el sistema electroenergético cubano, que como usted sabe, se encuentra en serísima dificultades. Hasta el momento, ya es un mes, casi un mes que la hemos lanzada. Debo decir que está en un buen camino. Estamos alrededor de 150.000 euros y es una buena, por el momento, es un buen traguardo. Vamos, esperamos ir mucho más. Y hace el fin de semana pasado hubo en Roma el encuentro del ECRE, que es el encuentro de cubanos residentes en Europa. Se hizo una marcha en contra del bloqueo, una marcha muy participativa, donde tuvieron los cubanos, pero también los italianos, reclamando la fin del bloqueo a Cuba. Hermanos, compañeros, seguimos en la lucha y Cuba necesita todo nuestro apoyo y ustedes siempre pueden contar con el apoyo de la Asociación Nacional de Amistad Italia-Cuba. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, muchísimas gracias, Marco, por este mensaje de solidaridad, esta explicación sobre los impactos del bloqueo y un poco de información sobre las campañas nuevas en Italia. Estamos al lado, estamos en el mismo trincheras constantemente y yo sé que durante esta votación hayan más de 10.000 tropas de los Estados Unidos en el Caribe. Los Estados Unidos está planificando para más ataques contra Cuba, contra Venezuela, contra Colombia, y este es el, condiciones de votación de hoy. Es un poco diferente de años pasados porque la presión de los Estados Unidos es muy, muy, muy fuerte y necesitamos más solidaridad. Un abrazo fuerte, venceremos, we will win.
Yo creo que Gustavo quería decir algo, ¿no?
Quizás, quizás
Sí,
no tengo mucho no tenemos mucho tiempo, Gustavo, pero,
sí, pero es una mera pregunta a Marcos. Marcos, ¿cómo verías el que una serie de países independientes presenten una denuncia formal por genocidio ante la Corte Suprema Internacional de La Haya y de pronto algo acá con la Corte de Derechos Humanos en nuestras Américas?
Estamos trabajando en eso.
fácil. Respuesta pronto.
Hay,
Mira,
hay, hay un
mira qué pasó con
refrán,
Netanyahu. Mira
hay
qué
un
pasó con
refrán,
Netanyahu.
hay un refrán cubano que dice, en silencio ha tenido que ser para que se logren determinada cosa. Entonces, bueno, muchísimas gracias, Elison. Un abrazo a todas las compañeras y los compañeros que están presentes. Viva nuestra querida amada isla, viva también nuestra amada República Bolivariana del Venezuela y viva la solidaridad. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Que viva. Gracias. We are here at the 24-hour picket action in defense of Cuba against the criminal U.S. blockade, celebrating the fact that today's vote at the United Nations was once again a resounding victory for Cuba. The world stood with Cuba. 90% of countries in the United States condemned the criminal U.S. blockade on Cuba, despite a tremendous pressure campaign by the U.S. government to try and convince countries to vote with them in support of the blockade or abstain from the vote. This is a graphic showing what the vote was like today. It is different than previous years when the U.S. and Israel would often be the only countries supporting the blockade. It's important for us to recognize and to take it as a sign that our work must multiply and continue with more fervor than ever before to end this criminal policy. We have a special program just starting here at the 24-hour picket action. We are, of course, getting ever closer to reaching our 24 hours of live broadcasting. And part of that has been hearing directly from people in Cuba. So we have connected with us Aniet Venereo, who is joining us from the Central Martin Luther King, the Martin Luther King Center in Havana. We're going to see if this works, because we know how sometimes Zoom can be, pero Aniet, si tú puedes, puedes verte, qué tremenda. Bienvenida. Perfecto. Gracias. Bueno, sigue. ¿Qué es su mensaje desde Cuba y desde el Centro Martin Luther King? Un gran abrazo fuerte.
Bueno, primero agradecer lo que están haciendo estas 24 horas, agradecerles a ustedes, agradecerles a los otros compañeros que han estado compartiendo durante todo este tiempo por estar ahí al lado de nosotros, por dar su tiempo, que es lo más valioso que uno tiene en la vida, ¿no? Y bueno, que nos los dediquen a nosotros también, creo que vamos, como tú, que venceremos. Lo otro es que yo pertenezco a la red de educadoras y educadores populares, no soy trabajadora del Centro Martin Luther King. Y bueno, un poco quería hablarles, no sé si quieren que hable de algo específico, pero a mí sí me gustaría mucho hablar como cubana de a pie, como decimos nosotros, ¿no? Cómo sufrimos el bloqueo, el cubano simple, la persona simple, la mujer, la madre, la hija, ¿no? Y bueno, yo nací, tengo 50 años y nací en bloqueo y trabajo con personas mucho más jóvenes que yo, que tienen justo la edad, digamos, que cumple esta resolución presentándose frente a Naciones Unidas. O sea, tengo una compañera que tiene 33 años. Y pensando en eso decía, mira, la vida completa de Débora, esta compañera mía, lleva presentándose esta resolución y prácticamente el mundo entero diciendo que está mal, que es un crimen que exista este bloqueo para Cuba y no pasa nada. O sea, ahí sigue el bloqueo, pero también ahí siguen personas como yo, personas como Débora, el pueblo cubano, haciendo su vida mucho más difícil de lo que podría ser, pero no dejándonos vencer, no dejándonos resistir. Yo quería compartir, el bloqueo se da en cada detalle de la vida cotidiana de un cubano o una cubana. Por ejemplo, para entrar a esta misma plataforma, el Zoom, yo he tenido que usar un VPN porque está bloqueado para Cuba usar el Zoom, y ese es el interés de que los cubanos y las cubanas tampoco nos mezclemos con el mundo, tampoco tengamos acceso o se nos haga más difícil este acceso. No existe siquiera Cuba. Cuando ustedes entraron, se registraron para esta reunión, seguro que donde decía su país encontraron el nombre de su país. Yo no encontré a Cuba. Tuve que escoger Angola. O sea, porque iba a decir, voy a buscar Venezuela, pero supuse que Venezuela seguramente tampoco está, no sé, y era V y dije, bueno, pues aquí de estos que están aquí, Alemania no, era Angola. Y Angola porque desde que era muy niña, de hecho desde el año en que yo nací, muchos de las personas del pueblo cubano fueron a Angola y estuvieron en suelo africano para liberar del colonialismo a muchos de esos pueblos. Y entonces, bueno, pues entré a esta reunión siendo angolana, no cubana a mucha honra. Y esas son de las maneras, ¿no?, en que se manifiesta sencillamente el bloqueo en la vida cotidiana de nosotros. Pero también se manifiesta de maneras mucho más tristes. Yo soy payasa terapéutica. Y el lugar donde hago mi arte, donde visito, es el Instituto Nacional de Oncología y Radiobiología, aquí en La Habana, y específicamente la sala que visito es la sala de pediatría. O sea, tengo mis amiguitos, mi payasa se llama Celeste, y tengo muy buenos amigos ahí en la sala que visito todas las semanas. Y he tenido que vivir la tristeza de que varias de esas amiguitas no pueden acceder a determinados tratamientos porque los tratamientos provienen de Estados Unidos y los cubanos y las cubanas y las cubanitas no tienen acceso a ese medicamento, algo que es muy cruel, realmente muy cruel. Igual cuando la COVID, que se nos impedía, a veces tuvimos, o sea, Cuba generó 5 vacunas, no una, sino 5 vacunas, y a veces se nos dificultó, hubo momentos en que se nos dificultó incluso ponerla a la población, para defender la población, porque no teníamos las jeringuillas para hacerlo. Gracias a la solidaridad, seguramente muchos de los que están aquí que nos acompañaron, porque así pasa, o sea, los pueblos y la justicia nos soportamos unos a los otros para seguir resistiendo estos embates deshumanos. Igual hace un tiempo tuve ciertos problemas de salud y necesité hacerme una resonancia magnética. En cualquier lugar del mundo, probablemente, más en el primer mundo, hacerse una resonancia no es muy complicado, pero allí fue que descubrí que los aparatos para para hacerse una resonancia magnética, que en ese entonces había 5 aparatos en Cuba, distribuidos en varios lugares del país, y 4 de los aparatos estaban rotos. Y cuando indagué resulta que tener acceso a las piezas de repuesto o a comprar un aparato nuevo, incluso si tuviéramos el dinero para comprarlo, es muy difícil. O sea, es perseguido, somos perseguidos. O sea, si es sabido que el aparato viene hacia Cuba, es saboteada esa compra. Entonces, te das cuenta que es una cosa, es también un genocidio. O sea, cuando se habla de que el bloqueo es genocida, lo es, porque, porque pretende matarnos de hambre. Claro, cuando uno ya ha aprendido cómo son capaces de hacer un genocidio como el que está pasando en Gaza, uno dice, bueno, porque es que esta gente son capaces de todo, ¿no? Entonces, es por eso que desde aquí, desde Cuba, nos hemos solidarizado también mucho con la causa palestina. Y bueno, desde Cuba el año pasado lanzamos mujeres así de a pie, como solemos decir, lanzamos esta campaña de raparnos por Palestina, y eso nos permitió, o sea, cada mujer que se rapó representaba un año, fuimos 77, representaba un año del colonialismo en esas tierras, el colonialismo israelí en esas tierras, y generó un video en el que exponíamos en 30 segundos algunos de los tantísimos crímenes que cada año la ocupación hacía en Palestina. Y así fue como pudimos indagar que cada año hay mucho crimen contra Palestina, y a pesar de la situación en la que nosotros estamos viviendo de escasez, la solidaridad con los pueblos se mantiene, porque La lucha es una lucha global, es una lucha contra los poderes imperialistas y aunque intenta el bloqueo, que nosotros nos olvidemos de eso, que estemos preocupados en con qué vamos a cocinar, que lo estamos, en dónde vamos a conseguir el aceite, que lo estamos, en cómo me voy a trasladar, si a pie, porque las piezas de repuesto para las guaguas son los buses para trasladarnos, tampoco aparecen. Aunque todas esas dificultades tengamos, nosotros insistimos en hacer solidaridad internacional, en estar al lado de los pueblos y en seguir resistiendo. Y entonces esto que ha pasado hoy, de que a pesar de las presiones que ya Cuba estuvo denunciando, de las presiones de Estados Unidos, que no tiene ninguna autoridad moral para criticar, no Estados Unidos, ni Alemania, ni España, ni Francia, que hemos visto semana tras semana cada vez que hay manifestaciones de hermanos que protestan contra el genocidio en Israel y vemos cómo son golpeados de una manera que el cortisol se te sube nada más de estar viendo esas imágenes. Y esa gente nos acusa a nosotros y son capaces de decir que nosotros tenemos problemas de derechos humanos. Entonces, de todas maneras, saber que el mundo entero nos sigue apoyando, que el mundo entero sabe dónde está la justicia, dónde está la verdad y dónde está la injusticia, como este bloqueo, es también un aliciente y nos da a nosotros más fuerza para seguir resistiendo. Eso.
Gracias, Harriet, por ese mensaje muy fuerte. Voy a traducir un poco porque el sistema de traducción falta mucho. Pues I will speak in English a bit to translate just a part of what Aniette shared with us, a powerful message of solidarity, of internationalism, but also Aniette wanted to speak as a Cuban woman, someone who's a sister, a daughter, a mother, was born under the U.S. blockade on Cuba, which is, of course, a policy that has lasted for more than 60 years. And yet works with people that are much younger, whose entire lives has been characterized by tremendous difficulties brought on by U.S. policies. Cuban life in every aspect is more difficult. And we heard an example from Aniette about Zoom. So, for example, to register for this picket, you all went online and filled out the form and were able to put what country that you are joining the picket from. Aniette not only has to use a VPN to join the Zoom, but also can't even choose Cuba as a country. It's like it doesn't exist. So she chose instead to choose Angola. So today, Aniette is speaking not only as a Cuban, but as a person that identifies with Angola, especially because Cubans were fighting in Angola when Aniette was born against apartheid South Africa and gave their lives in defense of the people of South Africa against racist apartheid. Aniette also works as a clown and visits children in medical facilities to bring them joy, but has seen the tremendous impact of the blockade in the Cuba's medical system. Her clown name is Celeste, and through this she's able to bring some hope, but has seen the absence of medicine, the difficulties of Cuban healthcare teams to treat people as they ought to, as they were trained to, because of the US blockade. Recently, she also had a health issue and had to go looking for how to get an MRI, a simple scan to help with her health issue, but machines were broken, unable to be fixed because of US criminal policy. So it goes all the way from something like trying to get an MRI to trying to find oil to cook your food. These are the difficulties of the blockade. And imperialist countries, we're not only talking about the United States, but Germany, other imperialist countries are with the United States in this criminal policy, and they have no moral ground to stand on. They are countries that are attacking people for protesting in defense of Palestine, for example, as recently happened in Germany. So they have no moral ground at which to say that they are somehow better than the people of Cuba or than the Cuban government. Also, just to say that it's important to recognize how much they have lost credibility around the world, the U.S. government. The policy of blockade is genocidal, and we have seen what imperialists are capable of. They are capable of genocide in Gaza, and they are committing genocide in Cuba as well. So thank you, Aniette. Sorry, my translation was not perfect, but
Lo hiciste muy bien. Estoy impresionada.
Estamos tratando de hacer esta acción en diferentes idiomas y es siempre una logra para nosotros. Pero gracias, un fuerte abrazo y necesitamos tener un poco de tiempo con nuestros invitados Jaime y Rabab, pero gracias por su esfuerzo, su lucha y estamos contigo.
Okay.
Thank you again to Aniette for joining us as a popular educator in Cuba, and also wanted to thank Rabab for connecting us with Aniette today. We are now going to go on to a part of our program which is going to be a discussion together with two very special guests that we have invited to participate in the 24-hour picket. These guests are organizers, are fighters, are intellectuals, and great friends of Cuba and of people of oppressed people around the world. I'm talking about Rabab Abdulhadi and Jaime Veve, who are here to discuss a bit about the importance and urgency of Cuba solidarity today, and also how we can work to build more solidarity with Cuba within the Palestine solidarity movement, within the labor movement. How can we take today's victory in the United Nations and apply it to a continued united struggle to defeat the genocidal blockade against Cuba? So welcome, Rabab. Jaime, would you like to say a quick hello before we get into things?
Yes, I want to say something. First of all, thank you so much for having us. And we definitely acknowledge that we are in the United States, are convening with you on the indigenous stolen land of the indigenous people, sending a lot of love and support and solidarity to the amazing free people of Cuba, whom we have a lot of love and support beyond any description. And I want to just also say that on any occasion we honor and send a lot of love to the martyrs who have fell in Palestine, in Gaza, in Lebanon, and all over the world for fighting for freedom in Cuba, fighting for freedom of everybody around the world, streets of the U.S., in Puerto Rico, in Kashmir, in South Africa, Angola, everywhere around the world for freedom. And that's what allows us to come here to continue supporting Cuba, to continue being strong. Turn it over to Jaime.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting us. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. It is an honor to be here and to participate in this very important action of solidarity with Cuba, especially at this critical moment as a result of Hurricane Melissa, but also in response to the continual devastating economic blockade, political, economic, and social, and its continual damage to the development and expansion of the Cuban Revolution and Cuban society, and our heartfelt solidarity and pledge to do what we can in whatever form, in whatever shape, to end the blockade and stand strong with the Cuban people and Venezuela, Colombia, and the Caribbean as a whole. And of course, Palestine.
Thank you very much. So today we have seen, as I said before, over 90% of countries in the United States once again, in the United Nations, stand with Cuba against the United States policy. This is one of the indicators, I think, that international solidarity with Cuba is more important today than ever before. But could you share some reflections on why you also think that international solidarity with Cuba is at a very critical juncture.
Do you want to go, Jaime? You
No,
want me
you
to
go.
go?
Go ahead.
Well, I think as the word is very clear that this is the struggle, and it's very obvious that this is a struggle between the forces of justice, the 99%, I would say, of the world population, for justice, for food, for health, for peace, for all of these things that we would like to have a better world, and the 1% that are trying to control everything in the world, to dominate, to greed, to take over, to kill, genocide, and so on. So this is very clear, and it's very clear. And I've actually looked. I don't know if you have the images. If you can, if we actually put on top of each other the vote for the Palestinian, for Palestine, and the vote for again for Cuba in the United Nations. I mean, you almost can put them on top of each other, and you see. Maybe now we can, but you can look at it on yourself, and there is a little bit of maybe a little bit discrepancies here and there. For example, a lot of Eastern European countries who were at one time socialist, part of the socialist camp, no matter how much criticism people have of you will see some of them became very right-wing and became very, very fascist and so on. Of course, they moved back and forth, and you will see some countries moving a little bit towards Palestine, but also not necessarily so. Latin America, of course, there is much more support for Cuba, except for the many, much fascistic countries and so on. So that's in itself, and that's on a governmental level. Let's not, I mean, you can remove it. That's on a governmental level. And governmental level is not always expressive of the people's sentiment, except when you have a country like Cuba. That is, actually, there is a lot of correspondence. We saw that when people voted for the personal status code and a lot of other things, despite what the U.S. says, okay? U.S. is always spreading lies. And whenever they don't like the results of elections, they move to undermine them, like they did in Palestine, they did anywhere in the world. So I think that the reason it's really very important to support Cuba because first of all, on a humanitarian level, you can't go starving people and killing people. This is what Israel has been doing against the Palestinians. If people think that genocide is not okay and intentional starvation is not okay, it cannot be okay anywhere. It cannot. You cannot be strangling a country like Cuba, imposing a blockade against it. We saw also this is something that's happened against Gaza and led to the way Palestinians want to be free and so on. But you cannot also, we saw this when we were in Cuba. We saw how people cannot, and this is a country, for example, if you talk about the health issue, and yet talked about COVID. I mean, we saw, and I was really also proud that one of the vaccines was called Abdullah, based on Jose Marti's, poem and book and so on from like a long time ago. Not everybody knows, not everybody, even the Arab world says that Abdullah is a. But Cuba has developed so many medicines and so on. It's not even allowed to export them to the world and let the whole world know about what Cuba has given to the world. Cuba has preventive medicine all the time allows, because we don't want to necessarily treat people after they get sick. We want to prevent people from getting sick, because treating people after they get sick, it's all involved money, medicinal money, involved pharmaceutical companies and so on. But the goal here is to actually have people healthy, take care of them and so on. The United States is preventing that for the people of Cuba and for the people around the world. Everything else around Cuba has stood by everybody around the world. And we talk a little bit about it, about the support of Cuba, of Palestine. People is all of these things that people have stood very strong, very proud, inspired the rest of the world to stand strong and proud. The teachings, the intellectual production of knowledge, the ways, and as a feminist and as a woman, as also anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist, I've followed the whole discussion about the personal status code, and this is incredible. I mean, people who do not really follow, maybe they don't know enough, but it's incredible. 4 years. People are debating back and forth, debating and figuring out how do they do it. And then some people say it cannot be done. Masculinity is hegemonic and is going to be forever. And look, and then the United States always saying, you cannot do this, you cannot do this. But the Cuban people have done it. This gives us an indication of what can be done when there is a government when there is a people, when there is a movement that's actually trying to achieve something different in the world. And that's also what scares the United States, because they're very afraid of the example of a country that stands as a pioneer for the rest of the people of the world and the colonizers are trying to crush the genocide, the colonized, in order to not allow them to stand forward and give an example for the rest of the world. I'll stop on that and we can continue.
Well, I would just add that Cuba offers an alternative to the reality of capitalism, a system that bases itself on individualism, greed, exploitation. And Cuba offers an alternative vision of what society can be. And it has struggled to maintain that perspective. And we see it with the immediate response to the Hurricane Melissa and previous occasions, the capacity to move to safety over 750,000 Cubans, to be able to save them from the disaster that was pending. It's an amazing reflection of organization, but also collective solidarity and collaboration that is an everyday reality in Cuba. Despite the difficulties, despite the immense difficulties imposed upon society and the average Cuban as a result of the economic blockade and the increased measures with the Trump administration, and even, of course, prior to Trump, the Biden administration, who never, until the last minute, reversed the policies that Trump had imposed in his first term. So the U.S. policy against Cuba has always been to targeting the individuals and society as a whole. And that was the very premise of the blockade. And it's an amazing thing that the Cubans have prevailed over 60 plus years, despite the ups and downs, despite the constant setbacks imposed upon by the U.S., closing all avenues of economic aid and assistance, whether it was to the socialist camp when it existed, to more recently Venezuela. And I remember, even when you think about it, things that don't necessarily connect. I remember when I was in Cuba in 1985 for the Economic Debt Crisis Conference called by Fidel. And it was at the Palace of the Convention Palace, which we had the pleasure of staying recently again. But in 1985, I remember being there and Coca-Cola was available. And I remember being shocked and saying, Coca-Cola? What the hell is Coca-Cola doing in Cuba? How did they get Coca-Cola? And when I asked about it, I was told, well, you know, we find ways, and this particular Coca-Cola comes to us via Panama. And that was an indication that even with a government that maybe we did not agree with, the Noriega government, it was an avenue. And then, of course, once they overthrew the Noriega regime, all and any of those avenues were closed. And this has been a continual pattern of the U.S. trying to strangle and prevent Cuba, and of course, closing all of the global economic frame that any modern government is dependent upon in terms of being able to trade and exchange and import and export. This is all part of the process of trying to undermine what Cuba offers to the world. And we don't need to elaborate. I think in the last 24 hours, many people have elaborated specifics. But I have seen Cuba since 1976, my first visit as part of the 9th contingent of the Venceremos Brigade, which was a solidarity effort established in the U.S. back in 1969, during the time of great upsurge in the militant movement in the U.S. And that solidarity effort has continued from day one. We forget many times that solidarity in the U.S. has never ended. has been going up and down, but has never ended. Even in the early days of the revolution, there was the Fair Play for Cuba, in which many notable figures like Amira Baraka and other notable intellectuals and activists supported Cuba from the very beginning and were opposed to the blockade up until now, today, and today's event and other events. Cuba has never been alone, never has been isolated, but obviously we need to step up our efforts to the extent that we have the capacity to try to break the blockade, end this classification of supporting terrorism, which closes all the financial avenues for Cuba. And we need to build and expand our solidarity to the capacity of each and every individual today participating, and also a broad section. I wanted to add one very important note. Many of us, of course, have, like myself and others, we've been around for a long time. We're getting older. And it's very critical that we reach out to the younger generation. And I'm thinking especially the millions of people, young people, who have become conscious of the disastrous legacy and reality of capitalism, imperialism, within the framework of their transformation in regards to Palestine and Gaza. The millions of young people whose consciousness has been raised as a result of what the genocidal war in Gaza has presented to their reality. And part of that is also resulting in their expansion of thinking of the world and other struggles, and inevitably connecting it with Cuba, with Venezuela, in solidarity with the Caribbean, Africa, Asia, and against the threats of imperial power. So that we see many young people, and we work with them, whose transformation or whose transformative experience in the present moment is Gaza and Palestine. But like in many of us who were impacted by the war in Vietnam, we went beyond it. We expanded our knowledge, involved ourselves in broader struggles. I myself spent 40 years in the U.S. labor movement, in which not only did I organize on bread and butter issues, as they say, but also introduce and fought to change the international framework of the U.S. labor arena on the question of Palestine, on the question of Cuba, and all the different crises, the Gulf Wars that we were presented with during that period. And we fought within the U.S. labor arena, and we addressed these issues, tried to change the foreign policy of the captive AFL-CIO, which is captive to the U.S. state, captive especially to the Democratic Party. For many of us who were impacted by the Vietnam War, became militant activists, socially conscious, we entered the arena not only of academia, for example, but also in labor. And within labor, we addressed the broader issues that went beyond what was defined as union work. And today, this becomes important. And I know that there are many cities throughout the U.S. where activists have brought up the issue of the blockade within their local union arenas, and also within their local communities. So we see that the potentiality of developing a movement to strengthen the movement and to break the blockade and end the vicious classification of supporting terrorism that is a absolutely dishonest presentation of the reality of Cuba. We have great possibilities to go further.
Thank you so much for those initial reflections, both very experienced activists who have stood with Cuba and other just causes in so many different arenas, as you were saying, Jaime. It's not just one. And we know that we have to be active on campuses and universities, in union halls. We have to be active at our city councils alongside labor resolutions. There's also cities around the world, and especially in the United States, that have gone and shared resolutions against the U.S. blockade on Cuba, against Cuba's presence on the list of state sponsors of terrorism, and gotten city councils to sign on to the campaign. And I think that is those same lessons were applied in some ways to the Palestine Solidarity Movement, where there have also been resolutions, some within labor, city councils, calling for boycotts of Israel or condemning the U.S. Israeli genocide. Do either of you, or Rabab first, do you have ideas about how we can build other stronger connections between Cuba solidarity movements and Palestine solidarity movements at this time?
Yeah, I think Jaime has summed up a lot of stuff, so I'm not going to repeat it. But I think that one of the things that are really important, and that is that has happened now, to add to it, and there was a comrade from Italy speaking, and the strike that the labor movement in Italy has engaged in after the flotilla, the Sumut flotilla was targeted, was incredible. It was international, and it was at the level of the Italian working class and against the Italian right-wing government. And it actually brought people around the world. And it's really important to raise the consciousness of everybody around the world and make people understand that we are not everybody is only struggling for themselves, that we really have to struggle with each other and for each other, because this is how we win. I think that's really, really important. Also, the other thing, if you want to even just talk about the United States, there was a surge in movement for Palestine after the beginning of this latest Israeli genocide, which has been a very compounded, more than any other time before. And so there was a sort of like less focus on other movements and like including Cuba. And so for me, it was bothering me, whether it is about Palestine or not, because you have to be, yes, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you, compañera. And I think it's really important to not to be jumping. And this is sometimes people jump from one thing to the other. I think if we think about the model, the indivisibility of justice, you struggle everywhere, in every place you struggle, and you have this framework that it's all about justice for all. You cannot just say, I'm going to struggle only about, let's say, Cuba, and then forget about Palestine, because it might be inconvenient for certain middle class powers or certain powers that are a little bit, maybe conciliatory towards Israel and so on. You have to have like one measure of justice and one measure to think about the world and one measure to think about what do we want. So I think we cannot forget about one struggle over the other. So I think that's really, really important. The other thing is that Cuba is a very, and I'm sorry if people think that I'm wrong, but I think it's a very unique example. Cuba, around Palestine, I'll say, Cuba has stood by Palestine from the beginning. First of all, there were Palestinian fighters in the Cuban Revolution, which makes us very proud. Okay, so it's really there, and it's just, and they should. They should. And people might say, oh, people displaced, why are they doing this? Of course you should be doing that. Doesn't make you exceptional if you befell disasters. You should be there. And Cubans, as Annette reminded us, that Cuban revolution and Cuba itself has been stronger, yet it's going supporting Angola. It's sending doctors all over the world. It's doing even now, Fidel, rest in power, has given scholarships to Palestinian youth to study medicine, to go and take care of the Palestinians. And then Raúl came, and then Diaz-Canel, and there is more scholarships for Palestinian students to study medicine and go back and help Palestine. I remember the Cuban ambassador to Lebanon during the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, when Beirut was under siege. The Cuban ambassador refused to leave. And of course, this is the decision of the Cuban government, refused to leave and stayed under bombing and siege of Lebanon with the Palestinian leaders until they were able to, and actually we met him because he was at the United Nations for a while, and then we spent a lot of time with him. And this is the solidarity that when people are actually starving and actually being blockaded, yet they're experiencing. Cuba, with all the attacks from the U.S., stood and participates in the International Court of Justice. When we were last there in Cuba for the UNESCO conference, Jose Marti, I remember the president himself, Diaz-Canel, and like it makes you very sort of like humble when you see that. And then he speaks improvising right away and talks about the Palestinian Holocaust by Zionist Israel. I mean, it is just the support, the solidarity that we have seen again and again and again. And I would just say one thing also, there is tomorrow is the 60th anniversary of the kidnapping, the abduction, and the murder of Mahdi bin Barka, the Moroccan leader, which we've seen a lot of kidnapping and killing of leaders. He was actually going to be the chairperson of the Tricontinental Conference, which Cuba took on after Bandung, because Ben Bella from Algeria couldn't do it. And then Mahdi bin Barka was going to go there, Tricontinental. He was going to be chair, Mahdi bin Barka. The French, the Israelis, the Mossad, the Americans, and the Moroccan government picked him up and disappeared him. And he was going to be there. And this is also an expression, Tricontinental, 3 continents. It was going to bring Asia, Africa, and Latin America together to consolidate the global South, not to the exclusion of the North and the workers and the marginalized people, but to bring them all together to strengthen our power on the global South together with the people around the world, so we actually can steadfast. And this is, I would say, this is also one of the strengthening powers of Cuba, that Cuba is standing, and I would say, whatever we do is not enough to make sure that Cuba stands fast, Cuba is able to resist, and the ugly, vicious, fascistic acts by the United States, we cannot let them, like say, no pasaran. We cannot let any of these acts go on, because the United States is intending to do that, and with the Bay of Pigs, everything that they have done against Cuba, Cuba is proud, Cuba is standing. The fact that it's taking care of its people, we have to stand strong. We have to be in solidarity with Cuba. Cuba is free, and it can stand with all of us standing by Cuba and providing all this support. And this is the movements for the two need to come together and continue working with each other.
Thank you. Yeah, all important ideas, I think, of what we must do, what we must recognize and bring to our work of solidarity with Cuba. But of course, all of it, I think, also takes being active, takes being in the streets, going with our materials. Not that you didn't say that, Rabab. I just mean that we have to
That's fine.
take this information and do something with it. That we can't. This 24-hour picket action we've spread to every continent. We're all over social media, but that doesn't replace what we need to do actually in the streets, which is to go into classrooms, to go into rallies in public squares. A lot of people here often attend Palestine solidarity rallies, and to go with the information you've just given with us about Cuba, the ideas you've given with us, and take those ideas directly to the actions we're attending. So thank you. Jaime, a question I think for you, based a lot on your experience. I know perhaps there's some people here in the chat. Actually, I see one at least, Nancy Yamada, who is a big supporter of Cuba within the labor movement in the United States. Has a lot of experience in this as well. But do you have any lessons you can share with us from past examples of worker-to-worker solidarity with Cuba, and any ways you think we can apply them to today's labor movement for anyone online now that is interested in working more with labor unions?
Well, in terms of actual lessons or experiences, I mean, you have to look at it over a period of time, depending on how the U.S. labor movement has changed. It is no longer the labor movement of the classical definition of the hard hats, construction workers attacking the march of anti-war protesters in Wall Street, in supporting Nixon, and the dinosaurs of the old AFL-CIO who were inheritors of the McCarthyite Cold War period and the eradication of the left and the progressive movement in the U.S. labor arena. Today, the U.S. labor movement, which is indicative by its growing stand on Palestine, that the fact that the AFL-CIO was forced to finally say, call for a ceasefire, unprecedented, not that they have mobilized or educated or brought out the mass of the membership, but the fact that they had to even echo those words is reflective that the labor arena has changed. You are now seeing the predominance of the social sector unions, the municipal workers, no longer the diehard industrial base that was limited in its perspective. It is a movement of Black and Latin and women and gay and lesbian, a different dynamic of people who have the capacity to identify and connect with an issue like Cuba. And this is where we have to break those doors. We have to go to the conventions with resolutions. We have to go to the local labor councils. And it is hard because the AFL-CIO official leadership continues to adhere to the foreign policy perspective of the U.S. State Department, except when it is challenged and fought. And we have over the years. And therefore, there have been some locals throughout the U.S. that have adopted, especially in the social service sector, have adopted resolutions to end the blockade, to reverse the classification of state sponsor of terrorism. But of course, much, much more depends. I cannot think of any real significant victory in the U.S. labor movement. It's all on the local level and on small scale. I could be mistaken, but I don't remember any significant shift in any of the major unions in the U.S. I could be mistaken, but I don't remember that. I don't recall that. But on the other hand, at the local level, at the rank and file, the potentiality exists on such a level, and now even more so and our ability to connect the issues, the fact that billions of dollars are given to carry out a genocide in Gaza, and meantime, people as of Saturday will not be able to get their food allocations based millions, $30 billion to Israel to carry out a genocide, and no money to continue the benefit rights that millions of people should have in order to be able to buy food, and especially our more dependent elements of our society. So we need to figure out how do we bring that to the local unions, connected, because of course, many working people are working jobs and still collecting and being dependent on social services, food stamps. I mean, what do you call it? The food, what do you call it? Go and get food. What do you call it? Food banks. Food banks. So yes, and it is critical. Like Rabab said, it was amazing to see the Italian workers go on strike, not for economic issues, but to support Gaza and Palestine. To have the Greek dock workers, not for economic issues, but for political issues, to refuse to load and unload ships that were transporting weapons to Israel. That is, of course, a deeper struggle for us in the U.S. How to connect the economic issues, but also to broaden the political perspective. And it is possible more and more, as we see in the U.S., across the country, local trade unions and even national unions have come out in support of Palestine, at the very minimum, calling for an end to the ceasefire. And this is, of course, going against the dominant Zionist, pro-Zionist perspective of the national leadership. So we do have potentiality. I can't think of a significant victory at the moment, but we do have a lot of support, especially at the local level. Many local activists and trade unions have supported and endorsed the Cuban solidarity efforts, initiatives, events here in New York, and also throughout the major cities in the U.S.
Yeah, and I think there has been a growth in that work, resolutions, but we know resolutions are only an initial step. There's also bringing workers from the United States to Cuba, which I think part of the fear campaign that's come alongside the Trump administration's increasing attacks on Cuba are to demonize Cuba to the extent that people are once again worried about traveling there, are worried about their own coming under political scrutiny, having their free speech attacked if they do travel to Cuba. I think the atmosphere and kind of political pressure being put on people in the U.S. to not express your opinions, to stay quiet, to stay in line, is all part of this continued attack on people in the United States and outside. And we cannot, of course, doubt that the U.S. government benefits when people are afraid to visit the island of Cuba, to see it for themselves, to exchange directly with people. I know building relations with Cuban labor, Nancy Yamada is here. Someone else just posted in the chat that their college union passed a resolution. So that, like you said, rank and file, grassroots, hopefully is where we can create the most amount of pressure on the union movement to really take a firm stand with Cuba in this coming period, which is more necessary than ever before. We are going to go on to our next speaker shortly, but to close, I'm just wondering if both of you could give an example of any firsthand experience that you've witnessed about how the blockade on Cuba affects people's lives and Cuba's resistance and creativity in facing the challenges imposed by the United States blockade.
Oh, Jaime.
Well, I in the recent period, and like I said, I've been going to Cuba and have had a relationship with Cuba over the years. Much of at different periods, it was difficult to be active because of the immense amount of work in the U.S. labor movement, addressing the issues in my respective unions, of course, during periods like the Gulf War, the invasion of Iraq or the invasion of Afghanistan, and of course, even my activism within the Puerto Rican movement, so that at times I couldn't be as active. But I've seen Cuba since 1976. I've seen it when it was part of the socialist camp, had a relationship with the Soviet Union, was helped immensely by the Soviet Union, which helped to mitigate some of the severe consequences of the blockade. And then, of course, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, things have shifted, and Cuba had to rearrange its relationship with the world market, with the other countries. And you see it. You'll see it. I've seen Cuba since 1976 at the different stages, and each stage reflects different complexities and problems that they have had to surmount, and amazingly have, although at great cost and great suffering on the individual basis. And so, for example, I've noticed, the difficulty of transportation is inescapable. Last time I was in Cuba, which was in January, this January, I witnessed, and I spoke with, and I'm being Puerto Rican, by the way. I'm sure that other Latinos have probably experienced this. We get talked to a lot more directly. People will talk to us very direct, and they will tell us positive and negative. And I remember having a number of conversations about the difficulty of transportation, the difficulty in the line. And I remember witnessing, I didn't catch it at first, and then it hit me. I was going to one of the stores, taking a walk, and I see all these big line of cars. And at first I thought, well, what's going on here? But then it hit me. Yeah, that's the reality, though. The lining up to get gas, and it struck me. Wow. And I spoke with some of them, and they told me they line up at midnight to be able to get some gas 6-7 hours later because of the shortage of availability and the fact the immense amount of people lining up. And it's reality. So that people have to adjust their day-to-day reality to meet their needs. Whereas we here, we just go to the gas station around the corner and we fill up. And the closest we had to that experience was when they had the oil embargo back in the 1970s, and that was the only time that I remember we had to line up for gas and alternate days, and that was just for a brief period of time. Imagine that being a daily reality for a given long period of time. And I noticed that in Cuba, and the Cubans tell me, the difficulty of not being able to have the certain amount of the more limited on their rations, which now is much more limited than it used to be, and it always was difficult. The fact that they've had to open alternative means of providing goods, and some of it very dependent on having financial means. And the most difficult in the most recent period is the fact the squeeze on the transmission of aid from families and loved ones abroad to their families in Cuba. In other words, cutting off the ability to send money through Western Union, for example, can no longer be done. And Cubans in the U.S., it's interesting that even the most, hostile elements in Miami, many of them still are very loyal to their families and want to send money to their families in Cuba, and at the same time supporting the politics of Trump and what's his name, the idiot State Department guy, Rubio, right? But still, the average Cuban in Miami still wants to support their family that they have in Cuba, and now that has been somewhat restricted, as far as I know, and this is an impact. And I talked to a lot of Cubans over there. They realized. I remember talking to the cab drivers, and they thought that the period when Obama was in administration, and Obama established the diplomatic relations, and the tourist ships were coming, and the cab drivers were telling me that during that period they had passengers left and right. But today they can spend a whole day and maybe get one passenger. Sometimes Rabab and I, when we were there, sometimes the drivers, we were their first customer. And that makes life very difficult, especially when you think about maintenance of cars, gas, all those other resources that we take for granted over here, even though obviously we spend a lot of money on it, the auto industry. But imagine when you are limited in your gas, limited in repairs, maintenance, and you only get one customer, if you get that, to make a living. This is the reality that I saw, that it's more difficult than 20 years ago, but still, amazingly, the Cubans continue to push forward.
I'm not going to say a lot because because I only went on my first visit in 2018. I couldn't travel before, and I fell in love with Cuba. So it's very hard for me to say anything, except like I keep repeating. But it's what's really heartbreaking is that many of the taxi drivers are like really professors, doctors, and so on, and it's because of the hardship of life. Because the U.S. is squeezing people, And the amazing thing is no matter how much the United States is squeezing, they're failing. But it's really hard. It's heartbreaking to see very proud people can't find enough eggs to bring to their family, can't afford the milk and so on. Why is that? It's not because the country doesn't have it, but because the United States is trying to do everything in its hand possible to break Cuba. And Cuba still standing strong and still expressing support for, and not expressing only support by talk, expressing material support and not abandoning anybody around the world. And this makes it even more important for everybody to give support, so much support to Cuba, because Cuba is not complaining. Cuba is taking its role and its part to support everybody around the world. And always being there, has not abandoned its principles and its role, has not. It's upon all of us to not make it possible for the United States to do, and I'm sure Cuba is going to stand strong and do it, but we cannot allow people not to be able to eat at Cuba. We cannot allow people not to have clothes. We cannot. It's not a choice, simply not a choice. We have to be able to make sure that Cuba can resist, can defy, can continue and be stronger than it has ever been, to be able to be the light, to example for everybody around the world. So we can all advance, we can all liberate ourselves, we can all create a different world. We have to keep remembering that this is all also part of neoliberalism. This is all part of corporate greed. This is all part of imperialism and colonialism, and we have to stop them. We have to stop them as we will stop the genocide in Palestine, have Palestine free. We have to make sure that we stop the blockade and reverse all of these steps, fascist steps and ruthless steps against Cuba. Cuba will live, but we can make it easier on the people in Cuba the more we work and the more we express materially what's in our hearts, not just by slogan, but be there, give more, support more, and do everything we can for Cuba to be free and to remain free.
Thank you, Rabab Abdulhadi and Jaime Veve, for this interview, this discussion as part of the 24-hour online picket action. Thank you for your continuous solidarity and support for Cuba, for Palestine. Our constant action in every arena is absolutely necessary at this time to stand up for oppressed people around the world and in the United States itself. We are going to go to our next speaker, but I can't thank you enough for taking the time to be with us, not only right now, but also throughout the picket, and your support and the support of Teaching Palestine, I know, to help us find some more speakers and participants here. If there's any information you want me to post in the chat about how to
come tomorrow. Come tomorrow, and not tomorrow, next week, to the event about Bimberka, because we will talk also about the Palestinian disappeared, the bodies that Israel continues to capture. Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya, we would like you to come and join us and learn about history.
Excellent. If you can put that information in the chat or send it to me, and I will put it there.
Thank you.
And I think that really, we are in this position today. We have a great victory for the people of Cuba today at the United Nations, but we know that the U.S. intensified campaign against the Cuban people and against people in Latin America and the Caribbean is partly in response to the fact that they are looking for a way to expand their hegemony in Latin America, because what they have lost in West Asia, what they have lost in the other side of the world, and what they have lost from people around the world that have seen the true face of the United States through the U.S.-Israeli genocide, and can see how that policy and same politics is applied to people in Cuba and throughout Latin America, a politics of death, of genocide, of sanctions, of war. And actually, I've been meaning to say this throughout our program, but the Lancet Medical Journal released a report this year that sanctions, US unilateral coercive measures have killed more people in countries around the world than outright wars and occupations committed by the United States and their allies. So it is no, it is no overstatement at all to say that this policy of blockade is genocidal, whether it is imposed against people in Cuba or whether it is part of the US-Israeli genocide and siege on Gaza. These policies to deny people food, medicine, basic supplies of life are policies of war. So thank you for both of you for participating. We are through our conversation, I was amiss to say that we passed. We are only half an hour actually away from being online for 24 hours. So we have 30 minutes left. We're kind of in the section that we've called a special celebration. We will go ahead and announce the summary of who's been with us here today, of the messages of solidarity. There are some more messages we've received, and there are people out in the streets right now, for example, in Chicago, that are doing their Cuba solidarity work as we speak. So we're waiting on videos from them. But as we reflect on the great victory today and the coming work ahead, we invited a special guest to come and help us work on closing out today's 24-hour picket action organized by the U.S.-Cuba Normalization Conference Coalition and broadcast here with Vancouver Communities in Solidarity with Cuba in Canada. And that is Arnold August. It's possible that Arnold August has been part of every 24-hour picket action that has been organized. I think that's likely true, though I didn't look at it. Arnold is a lecturer, a journalist, an author of books about Cuba especially, but also important articles on other topics around U.S. imperialism. The author of the book Democracy in Cuba in the 1997 and 1998 elections, which may sound like it was written a bit ago, and it was, but still the authoritative book to learn about how democracy works in Cuba. And then more recently, other books that have been published in multiple languages, including Cuba and its neighbors, and Democracy in Motion. So thank you, Arnold August, for joining the 24-hour picket action with which to reflect on Cuba's victory today. I'd love to hear your analysis of what happened at the United Nations and what that means for the movement to end the U.S. blockade on Cuba.
Well, thanks a lot for inviting me once again. I think, if I remember correctly, I have participated in every one of these 24-hour activities since it began. It's a privilege for me to be here once again, but I'm going to make a very, very short comment. So many things have taken place in the United Nations yesterday and today. I just would like to highlight one point, and that is the intervention by Foreign Minister of Cuba, Bruno Rodriguez, in the United Nations. Those of us who were following the UN live streaming of the activities of the assembly, we saw the U.S. representative in the United Nations go on and on against Cuba, all kinds of slanders, etc. Now, Bruno Rodriguez, I think it took a lot of courage in the United States, in New York, in United Nations, and the Secretary General of the United Nations yesterday and today was the former German foreign minister, who was the most right-wing foreign minister that Germany has had possibly since the Second World War. Despite that, he stood up and interrupted U.S. imperialism. And he said, we are not in a signal chat. That was really, he really hit it, because the signal chat he is referring to is when Waltz, at the time National Security Advisor for Trump, there was a signal leak where, when we saw, the whole world saw and heard how the United States was casually talking about bombing the Houthis in Yemen in support of U.S. interests in that region. That was the signal chat that was leaked. And here we are again in New York, the U.S. representative casually making carrying out so many lies and slander against Cuba, against socialism and communism, etc. He went on and on. Yet Bruno Rodriguez had the guts to stand up and say that. Now, just put yourself in the shoes of Bruno Rodriguez. It took a lot of courage, but he did it. And I actually was surprised when the Secretary General, the former Foreign Ministry of Germany, actually agreed to interrupt the U.S. delegate and allow Bruno Rodriguez to speak. I guess it shows how even that person saw the sincerity and the just cause that Cuba was defending in the United Nations. Now, despite that, despite all of the attempts by the United States to swing states and member states against Cuba and to vote against the Cuban resolution. Of course, it is not new. They do it every year. However, this year it was specific. Hovering over those threats by the United States, what we know, increased tariffs. If you don't vote the way we like, we will hit you with more tariffs. Yet, despite that, the Cuban resolution passed once again, and an overwhelming majority of states voted in favor of Cuba. And I think that is a great victory. Now, just to underline my view, the importance of Bruno Rodriguez's statement, interruption. In my view, it is in the tradition of Cuba in the United Nations, going back to Fidel Castro in 1960. In 1960, Fidel Castro, some people remember that or have seen his intervention there through YouTube. In 1960, the United Nations said there's only a few minutes for each person to speak, each country to speak. But Fidel Castro went on to give, for several hours, the longest speech to date in the history of the United Nations, dealing with capitalism, U.S. imperialism, and U.S. intervention in different parts of the world, including, of course, Latin America. But no one interrupted Fidel. Oh, yes, there was interruptions. The only interruptions was clapping, people cheering in support of what Fidel was saying. Then the other example that comes to mind, the tradition in the United Nations, is, of course, Che Guevara in 1964. Once again, Che Guevara took the stand on behalf of Cuba and pointing out the crimes of U.S., and he specifically was relating U.S. and Latin America, which is very appropriate today as we see United States attacking Venezuela, and this is part of the attempt by the United States to suffocate Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, etc. And he said in that speech, no one could forget it, we cannot have confidence, we cannot have confidence in the United States, not even one iota, nothing, nada. That is the tradition that exists in the United Nations, and I believe, in my view, that Bruno Rodriguez today, it will go down in history as well, in its own way, as following that tradition from Fidel in 1960 and Che Guevara in 1964 in the United Nations. So on that occasion, I'd like to congratulate Bruno Rodriguez as Foreign Minister, MINREX, who has a very important and difficult role to play on the international scale since the revolution in 1959. And of course, the government and Miguel Diaz-Canel. It was an excellent victory today. And I'll never forget how Bruno Rodriguez had the courage to stand up and say what many of us would want to say, but he said it for all of us. Thank you very much.
Very true. We actually, the interruption that Bruno Rodriguez was able to make was a lot of it was yesterday, which was how we kind of started the picket action, was actually watching that interaction. I feel like it is quite unprecedented, actually, that they've allowed the Cuba to intervene and interrupt the lies of the United States, and shows clearly they have the support of the world, and people see through the U.S. lies, but what they are responding to when it comes to the vote today and how they were forced to vote or coerced into voting against Cuba is real pressure, is a real campaign that is targeting them and threatening them to vote a certain way, and that unfortunately did have some impact. But 90% of countries at the United Nations, the whole world, stood with Cuba today despite that pressure. And I think you are very correct. The words of Bruno Rodriguez are invaluable to our continued organizing. His speech pointed towards what we need to focus on in this coming period: dismantling the lies about Cuba medical missions, dismantling the lies about Cuba sending so-called mercenaries to fight in Ukraine with Russia. We have really a lot to combat of disinformation, but we also have to do that through action like today's 24-hour picket and other events that we are organizing together as part of the global Cuba solidarity movement. I'm just putting together some more videos to share, but thank you very much, Arnold, for joining us today and for sharing that analysis and perspective. We will shortly be having someone join us here. I'm just going to make sure that she's not quite here with us, joining us here from Ireland to talk about another important place to continue organizing and learning more about Cuba, and that is a new podcast called Cuba Analysis from Dr. Helen Yaffe and Nina Bladow in Ireland. And so that will be coming up shortly. But for now, I will play some videos. Some of you might have seen them if you joined the beginning of the picket just short of 24 hours ago, but there are some new ones as well. We're going to listen to some videos from the co-chair of the Canadian Network on Cuba, Samantha Hislop, the Cuban ambassador to Canada, the president of Cuba's Institute of Friendship with the Peoples, Fernando Gonzalez, former Cuban 5 political prisoner. And then there's also a video in the collection, which we've just received, so I'm going to throw it in here, and it is from a protest that took place in Minneapolis today. And then a video also from the People's Forum, which organized to change the brightly colored billboards in Times Square to spread information about Cuba. If you didn't see these online, it's quite a sight to see billboards not advertising something to buy, but advertising the cause to get involved with building solidarity with Cuba and fighting against the blockade. So great initiative coming from the People's Forum. We'll go ahead and get those playing here, and thank you all again.
Hi, my name is Samantha, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the Canadian Network on Cuba. And I just wanted to send a short video message since I can't join live today, just to celebrate Cuba's victory at the United Nations General Assembly vote. Today, the results came in. Another resounding triumph for Cuba. The world stands with Cuba. The world condemns the blockade for the 33rd consecutive time. And this comes against the backdrop of the U.S. Threatening and coercing other countries to try to flip their vote, countries that historically support Cuba in this vote and vote in favor of the resolution to end the blockade. So we saw that campaign that they were executing, trying to, smearing Cuba, slandering them, and using coercion, including like economic threats, tariffs, sanctions on other countries, just to try to get them to side with the United States on this. And it really speaks volumes that that the United States has to resort to this. It's because we know the truth is not on their side. The truth is not on their side. And so they have to wield their, their economic might and control to try to make other sovereign countries bend to their will. And by and large, it was not successful. So, we have to, we're celebrating that today once again. We stand with Cuba. The blockade has to end. And now, after today, moving on, we need to think about how we can support Cuba right now in their recovery after Hurricane Melissa that just passed through last night and this morning. They're going to need a lot of help to recover, unlike any other country in the world, but affected by this specific, weather event, this hurricane. They also have to deal with the blockade when they're trying to recover and rebuild from this. It's an obstacle that no other country faces in this kind of situation. So they're going to need all the help that they can get. And we should also be applauding Cuba and making sure everybody knows that Cuba was able to evacuate more than 700,000 people in advance in preparation for this hurricane. And they are able to place human lives above everything else. Okay, and they're the best at that in the world, really. They have, despite the material shortages and the blockade, they have the best civil defense and emergency preparedness in the world. And you can see the stark contrast between Cuba dealing with this versus some of the other countries that have been devastated by this hurricane. It's really difficult. This is one of the worst hurricanes. The impact, it's unimaginable, really, it's horrible, it's horrific. So what we need to do is we need to support Cuba right now, and if you can, please donate to the Canadian Network on Cuba's Hurricane Relief Campaign. You can find instructions on how to send an e-transfer or a check if you're in Canada. If you want to e-transfer, you can e-transfer your donation to donate@canadiannetworkoncuba.ca. The address to send a check is on our website and on our social media posts about the Hurricane Relief Campaign. If you're outside of Canada, you can still donate as well. We have received some donations from international locations, and so if you want to contribute but you're not in Canada, you still can. Please send us a message to our social media page, and you will get a response from one of us with instructions on how you can do that. So let's focus on being there for Cuba right now, any way that we can help, we have to help right now. They need the support. So that's all I got today. I'm gonna get going. Thank you so much to everybody who's joined in for this 24-hour global picket. Another win for Cuba. Abajo el bloqueo. Viva Cuba Libre. And see you all soon.
Un saludo a todos nuestros amigos que apoyan al pueblo cubano en su lucha por más de 60 años contra el bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero del gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Es una política totalmente injustificada, ilegal, inmoral, sin embargo que se mantiene con el objetivo de destruir la revolución cubana. No lo van a lograr porque nuestro pueblo ha resistido y seguirá resistiendo, y contamos por eso como muy valioso el apoyo de todos ustedes, de las organizaciones que en todo el mundo están pidiendo el fin del bloqueo y pidiendo que a Cuba se le dé un tratamiento justo. Próximamente, los días 28 y 29 de octubre, en la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, se va a debatir nuevamente un proyecto de resolución que pide el fin del bloqueo contra Cuba. Esta resolución que presenta Cuba todos estos años tradicionalmente ha recibido el apoyo de la vasta mayoría de los países miembros de Naciones Unidas. Solo dos excepciones hubo el año pasado, Estados Unidos e Israel. Este año en particular, la administración del presidente Trump ha endurecido las medidas de bloqueo contra Cuba, buscando lo que no van a lograr, que es que nuestro pueblo se sienta agobiado y deje de apoyar a su revolución. Han estado haciendo una campaña de mentiras, presionando a los países, pidiéndole que retiren el apoyo que han dado a la resolución cubana, y pensamos que nuevamente fracasarán, que el día 29, cuando se haga la votación en Nueva York, nuevamente haya un apoyo súper mayoritario a la resolución cubana contra el bloqueo. Nosotros vamos a seguir pidiendo justicia, pidiendo que el pueblo cubano tenga su derecho a decidir por sí mismo su futuro sin intromisiones del imperio de Estados Unidos. Les agradezco a todos que estén en esta jornada discutiendo estos temas y apoyando al pueblo de Cuba. Muchas gracias.
Hermanas y hermanos de la solidaridad internacional, queridos amigos de Cuba en el mundo, es un honor y un deber dirigirme a ustedes hoy en nombre del pueblo cubano, en nombre del Instituto Cubano de Amistad con los Pueblos y de nuestra revolución. Dirigirme a ustedes en este espacio de lucha que son las 24 horas del piquete global en línea. Agradezco profundamente a los organizadores y a todos los que participan en esta celebración de resistencia. Este piquete virtual se ha consolidado como un baluarte de la resistencia antiimperialista, una trinchera de ideas que une voces de todos los rincones del planeta en un solo grito: abajo el bloqueo. Quiero comenzar expresando nuestro agradecimiento revolucionario. Su presencia en esta batalla, su activismo constante, no es un gesto más, es un acto de consecuencia, de justicia y de firmeza. Gracias por cada caravana, por cada moción parlamentaria que enfrenta al imperio, por cada campaña que rompe el cerco, por cada verdad que publican frente a la mentira. Ustedes encarnan la idea de que la solidaridad es la ternura de los pueblos. Son la prueba viviente de que Cuba no está sola, no lo está ni lo estará. Nos reunimos hoy para denunciar una de las injusticias más prolongadas y criminales de la historia contemporánea: el bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos contra Cuba. No es un embargo, como eufemísticamente le llama el gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Es un acto sostenido y permanente de guerra económica genocida, diseñado para estrangular un proyecto de sociedad soberana. Una política que, lejos de ceder, se ha recrudecido con una crueldad extrema, convertida hoy en una guerra multidimensional que nos agrede desde todos los frentes. En este momento, la maquinaria de la mentira y de la coerción se han desatado con furia. Como han denunciado con firmeza nuestro gobierno y nuestro canciller, el gobierno de los Estados Unidos ha lanzado una campaña global de presión, intimidación y engaño. Utilizan sus embajadas para difundir notas diplomáticas cargadas de lenguaje de guerra fría, mentiras y amenazas. Inventan un guión absurdo para confundir y amedrentar. Es el cinismo en estado puro. El verdugo se hace pasar por víctima. Pero entre todas las mentiras hay una que destaca por su perversidad y sus efectos letales: la inclusión de Cuba en la infame lista de países supuestamente patrocinadores del terrorismo. Es una calumnia abominable. Es un instrumento de asfixia financiera para cerrarnos todas las puertas. Sus consecuencias son devastadoras. Se bloquean transacciones vitales, se niegan medicamentos y alimentos. Exigimos la exclusión inmediata de Cuba de esa infame lista. Frente a esta escalada no puede haber indiferencia. Por eso, hoy nuestro llamado a la acción es más urgente y es más contundente que nunca. Los convocamos a la movilización global, Participemos masivamente en las 24 horas de piquete global en línea los días 28 y 29 de octubre. Inundemos las redes sociales, los espacios virtuales. Hagamos que llegue a todos los confines del planeta la demanda abajo el bloqueo. Hermanas y hermanos, el gobierno que nos agrede reúne un poder colosal, pero nuestra fuerza moral es aún mayor. Frente a su proyecto de dominación, nosotros oponemos la firmeza de un pueblo que no se doblega y la fuerza indestructible de la solidaridad internacional. Este es el momento de intensificar la lucha, de multiplicar la acción, de llevar nuestra voz de denuncia a cada rincón del planeta. Con ustedes a nuestro lado, no habrá bloqueo que resista, ni mentira que prevalezca. La victoria no es una esperanza, es una certeza que forjamos juntos, día a día, ustedes y nosotros. Unidos en esta batalla, venceremos. Hasta la victoria, siempre.
Is stronger than blackmail. This was demonstrated before the United Nations General Assembly when 165 countries voted to oppose the economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed by the United States on Cuba. This time, abstentions increased to 12 countries, and the U.S. convinced Argentina, Hungary, North Macedonia, Paraguay, and Ukraine to join it and Israel in voting against the resolution. But as Bruno Rodriguez Padilla, member of the Political Bureau and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Cuba, recently stated, quote, the intensification of pressure, intimidation, and toxicity by the State Department on a global scale to force sovereign states to change their vote on the resolution was, during that period, particularly brutal and unprecedented. Cuban foreign minister said the White House has used all its weapons and dirty tricks, especially coercion. But he said truth, law, reason, and justice are always more powerful and compelling. And this was reflected as it has been for over 30 years. Despite their efforts, an overwhelming majority of the world's nations voted to end the criminal economic blockade of Cuba, and we celebrate that. Yes. The U.S. rulers fear Cuba because of its example. Even under the current difficult economic conditions in Cuba, Cuba has not wavered in its international solidarity. A recent statement from the Cuban Foreign Ministry said that Cuba has been warning about the growing escalation of U.S. government against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, whose obvious purpose is to overthrow the democratically elected President Nicolas Maduro and install a servile regime that will give them all the resources, the oil and other resources, and make them a vassal state of the U.S. The pretext used for this extraordinary and irrational military deployment by the U.S. are unfounded and based in falsehoods. It is legally and morally unacceptable, he said, for these pretexts to be used as a basis for military aggression against a sovereign nation. The dangers to peace, security, and stability of our America are real and imminent. Warmongers such as the current Secretary of State and anti-Cuban congressman from Florida are irresponsibly threatening to unleash the military might of the U.S. against a sovereign nation of our Americas, as if it were a neighborhood police raid. Cuba makes a new call to mobilize the international community to stop military action against Venezuela. Once again, this is their statement, once again we declare our firm and unwavering support for the Bolivarian and Chavista government of Venezuela and for the popular and military unity of the Venezuelan people. Latin America and the Caribbean must remain a zone of peace. This is the example that the U.S. rulers fear, and it is the example that we celebrate. Hands off Cuba and Venezuela. Break the blockade. Thanks, Sandy. And now Dave Larson from Veterans of Peace, who's actually been to Cuba.
So those were the last video was what the People's Forum was able to organize for in New York City. In Times Square, you could see the massive ads about the U.S. blockade on Cuba, hopefully reaching tens of thousands of people walking through the busy square. And that was on top of the other videos we watched, which again were from the president of the Cuban Institute of Friendship with the Peoples, Fernando Gonzalez, from a rally taking place just a few minutes ago in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in the United States, from the Cuban ambassador to Canada, and from the co-chair of the Canadian Network on Cuba. Those are just a sample of videos we've been watching together over the last 24 hours of action in solidarity with Cuba. It is now my honor to introduce another speaker joining us for this special celebration of the huge victory for Cuba and humanity at the United Nations today. Someone that I have been honored to have met on the liberated territories of Cuba and Venezuela, who I have attended now many conferences with and learned so much from. A hard worker who has just come from a meeting to a little bit of sleep to working all day, and again is here with us in a meeting. Dr. Watan Jamil Alaved, it is a pleasure to have you with us here today. Watan is a doctor and a Palestinian graduate of the Latin American School of Medicine and is going to share a message of solidarity from where he is with us here today. Thank you so much, Watan.
Thank you, Alison. It's a great pleasure to be with you. I'm gonna speak in Spanish. It's my...
Sí, porfa.
Thank you. Bueno, gracias por la invitación. Disculpen por no estar ayer, que la verdad que estuve muy ocupado trabajando. Y sí, soy Watan, soy médico formado por la Revolución Cubana. Digamos que soy palestino, pero de formación revolucionaria también cubana. Hoy, una vez más, la revolución cubana triunfa con la diplomacia. Ayer vimos una postura muy fuerte, vimos la jugada perfecta, la maniobra política más perfecta que he visto en mi vida en estos días del canciller Bruno Rodríguez, cuando desmintió y pudo parar el embajador norteamericano en las Naciones Unidas de decir mentiras, y divulgar las mentiras, y después se hizo muy trend en las redes sociales, y pudo pararlo de una forma muy política, y también, como nos enseñó Fidel, de revertir siempre los reveses en victorias. Y de hecho, los 165 votos que logró Cuba hoy dice una vez más que Cuba no es un país patronizador de terrorismo, sino es un país patronizador de internacionalismo. Y yo, en persona, como miles de médicos y médicas formados por la Escuela Latinoamericana de Medicina, más de 32.000 médicos y médicas, o sea, 32.000 médicos y médicas, otra vez repito el nombre, el número. ¿Me pueden decir qué universidad formó 32.000 médicos y médicas en el mundo de una forma gratuita? Dio educación, dio formación política, dio lo que no tiene, sino compartió lo poco que tenía. Una revolución que pudo estar firme, resiliente durante más de 6 décadas contra un imperio que siempre intentó o intenta y sigue intentando robarle sus recursos por la ubicación estratégica que tiene Cuba. Y hoy con la administración Trump, que siguió masacrando, siguió la política genocida contra el bravo pueblo cubano. Una política que está costando, aunque no estamos viendo una forma digamos, visible, palpable, pero yo como un cubano más, viví en Cuba por 14 años, vi lo que significó el bloqueo, vi lo que significa no poder tener un medicamento, no poder tener un mínimo de recursos para hacer una operación sencilla que se pueda hacer en cualquier lugar del mundo, pero también otra vez los cubanos triunfaron y pudieron de una forma más creativa de convertir estas dificultades en victorias, en hacer, crear vacunas medicinales, luchar solos contra una gran marea. Cuba hoy logró tener 165 votos al mismo tiempo de que estaba pasando por el oriente del país un huracán, se llama Melissa, y aquí me gustaría repetir o citar a un gran amigo, Fernando Rojas, que él siempre cuando hablaba de los huracanes, que tienen nombre, que los huracanes son desastres naturales que azotan con la naturaleza, pero también crean otros huracanes de seres humanos. Y esto es lo que estamos viendo hoy en Cuba, de huracán, de personas y compañeros solidarios y de compañeros incluso palestinos que están en estos momentos recaudando fondos, a pesar de las dificultades que tienen estos palestinos, que muchos de ellos son de Gaza, para poder dar un grano de arena a sus compañeros cubanos, que eso no es nada para agradecer, sino es el deber de estos palestinos que están ahí. Y me gustaría que ustedes sigan en redes también esta marea, este huracán de cubanos que están yendo a Oriente para poder recuperar, comenzar la fase recuperativa de este huracán. Yo salí de Cuba, ya no estoy en Cuba, pero Cuba nunca sale de nosotros, siempre nos llevamos un pedazo de Cuba a donde quiera que estemos. Al final Cuba nos formó, nos hizo hombres y mujeres, y yo creo que no estaré hoy conversando con ustedes, no hubiera conocido a Allison si no fuera también por Cuba y por el ideal revolucionario que Cuba siempre nos enseñó. Cuba nunca va a estar sola. Cuba tiene a ustedes. Nosotros siempre vamos a estar formando a nuestra juventud, a nuestra militancia, en la importancia de estar siempre al lado de Cuba, porque Cuba para nosotros es el faro de la libertad. Cuba es el único país en el mundo donde un presidente marcha por Palestina, y no una sola vez, sino 4 veces. La última vez fue el día del cese de fuego, que Israel hoy está violando una vez más, y dejando otra vez mártires, pero Cuba siempre ha estado clara de su política, y siempre ha estado al lado del pueblo palestino, siguiendo dándole becas para estudiar, a pesar de las grandes dificultades económicas y financieras que tiene. Bueno, sin más, siempre o sea, mi testimonio para Cuba siempre va a ser a favor, porque, claro, yo me formé ahí, crecí ahí. Otra vez más, gracias, Alison, por darme esta oportunidad, y seguimos hasta la victoria siempre.
Hasta la victoria siempre. Que viva Palestina, que viva Cuba.
Que
Gracias,
viva.
Watson, por todas tus palabras muy fuertes. Tus experiencias se siguen en cada país, que tú estás el alma de Cuba y el alma de un cubano palestino que médico de conciencia y ciencia.
Así mismo.
Como todos los
Seguimos.
graduados. Un abrazo muy fuerte, Watan. Gracias por tu tiempo y tu esfuerzo.
A la orden, a la orden.
Thank you very much to Watan for joining us here today, for making the time to share his experience as a Cuban doctor, a Cuban Palestinian doctor who, wherever he will go, will serve as a doctor of conscience and of science, as they say at the Latin American School of Medicine. In case it wasn't translated well, I think a good point to say is about a quote from Watan he brought from a friend in Cuba who explained that natural disasters like hurricanes are not only a natural disaster, and as we've talked about, a disaster amplified by the U.S. blockade, but from the other side, also create a wave and a hurricane of humanity, a hurricane of support for Cuba, of Cuban people coming together to support Cuba's recovery from the hurricane. And so I think that's an important point to be making as well. Watan, did you want to add something?
Yes, sorry. Quiero recordarles que el año que viene es el centenario de Fidel Castro. Fidel, quien cuando hizo la revolución, previo a la revolución, Fidel y y sus amigos, sus compañeros combatientes crearon el centenario de Martí. Y este grupo de jóvenes revolucionarios que hicieron este grupo, este movimiento, el Centenario de Martí, cambiaron el mundo e hicieron algo nuevo para nosotros, las generaciones que vinieron mucho después. Y gracias a esta generación del Centenario de Martí, nosotros hoy pudimos tener más conciencia y pudimos ser formados gracias a la Revolución Cubana. Por eso yo les invito que el año que viene o a partir desde ya, trabajar, crear y recordar que en el centenario de Fidel tenemos que siempre que estar firmes para divulgar y formar y ser parte de su ideal y de su batalla de ideas. Ya, sin más.
Gracias, Watan. Es verdad, las palabras están muy importantes, ¿verdad? Thank you again, Watan, for adding that. It's true, we are in the centenary of Fidel. Fidel, who is would be 100 years old in August 13th of 2026. So it's his 100th year. We watched a video earlier of Fidel, Comandante Fidel, and in the United Nations, and we'll always remember his leadership and example and carry it forward in our struggle to defeat the U.S. blockade on Cuba with more unity in action than ever before. Viva Palestina. Thank you, Watan. We now have another special guest with us as we have officially surpassed 24 hours of the 24-hour picket action against the U.S. blockade on Cuba. It is now 5:10 p.m. here in Vancouver, so we've been broadcasting for 24 hours and 10 minutes. Voices from every continent around the world condemning this criminal policy. And we are now going to go to Ireland. I don't know what time it is, Nina, in Ireland. It is not early. That is what I know. And Nina is here.
Hi. Hi, Alison. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's midnight. So, but thank you for having me on, and thank you for everyone, and to keep it going right through the 24 hours. That's an achievement as always, and as you always do. You know, it's so great because I think I've been on and off this virtual picket several times over the last few years. So Alison, do you want me to do you want me to play a clip, or do you want to play the clip, or
if you have the ability to play it, that would be
No, I don't. I actually don't, but we don't have to. That's okay. I'm here.
We did watch Shay, if you'll notice in the chat, says, I loved the Cuba analysis interview with Johanna Tablada. We played it in full last night, but that was
great. Oh, great. Well, that's good. That's all you need to do. That's fine. Well, I mean, I guess I'm here because this is a new podcast that we launched, but has been in the process, obviously for a good few months now, more. So in conjunction with Dr. Helen Yaffe, who is a lecturer in the University of Glasgow. So myself and Helen felt that there needed to be more conversations in English. I mean, there should be maybe 10 podcasts, but anyway, there needs to be more information and more conversations in English. So that's where the motivation of the podcast started. And, you know, we have been speaking to many different specialists, from economics to political history to, as you say, Johanna Tablada. So we're going to be covering a whole different range of experts. Have you any questions? Have you seen any others, or you just watched the one last night?
We just watched the one last night. We're all excited to keep watching them and continue supporting Cuba analysis.
Yeah.
I guess I'm curious as to what you are hoping. I know in the information presented about the podcast. Sorry, I just always get stuck. It's such a funny word for a video program, but a podcast, anyways. And you are saying that you're going to dive deeper, that a lot of the journalism around Cuba is, you know, very surface level, doesn't actually express what the Cuban reality is. And so I'm wondering if you could tell us a bit about why you thought this podcast was necessary today.
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I guess we wanted to there's so much out there on Cuba. There's so many experts, from ecology to economics, from science to society. There's so much to say, like on every different topic. There's so many different experts, you know, and we wanted to give all these people one platform to speak on. So that was the motivation. So you can find information, but you have to go to a lot of different places. So the idea was to put it all on one platform and to have it in English. I mean, there's quite a lot out there in Spanish, but not so much in English. And I suppose it was to give, like I say, one place for all these different experts to speak on. So, you know, we'll be going into medical science, we'll be going into economics, we have some really young journalists. We have the next interview coming up is with a really interesting Irish doctor who was a transplant doctor who worked in Cuba. So these are people who have amazing stories with or about Cuba, but that haven't been given one platform. And I guess we just want it to be easy and to have really diverse conversations with different people and to give them a length of time to talk about it. So, and I guess because we're both doing it, again, we might both come to it with different perspectives. You know, Helen, obviously, with an academic perspective as well, and mine. Well, I mean, we're both activists as well, but we have different ways of approaching things. But it was to hear all those diverse voices on the one space in English. So I suppose we ask everyone here to kind of we're building our audience. We're starting from scratch, so we really want it to circulate widely. Some people you'll know, obviously, like Johanna Tablada is really, really well known, but others you might not know so much. But equally, everyone has a different speciality, a different perspective. I mean, and that's what Cuba is. It from, as I say, from ecology to economics, there's something to talk about.
Yeah, I think some people maybe want to. Sorry, there's someone talking by me. Yeah, I very much think it is needed. I think, of course, an important point of it being in English. It's available on all the podcast platforms, so I don't know how you go about doing that, but that's definitely important that you were able to. And I think that I'm curious to know. kind of how you hope people will use the podcast, like I guess sharing it with our group, sharing it with other people that may be interested in Cuba, maybe have never been, that sort of thing. Of course, helping build it online. But do you think you or Helen would ever be available to, join other events, talk about the podcast, present or speak, introduce one of the episodes that someone may want to show at an event?
Yeah, I'm sure. And actually, Helen would be with us this evening, only she's at another conference, speaking at another conference. So, yeah, absolutely. Like we have the next month's plan, but we're always adding more guests. And I think people will use it because, like you can all, it's something easy to share. So if someone has a particular interest in something, then you might share that podcast. There's one particular one, we have a young journalist from Cuba again, from that young person's perspective. So that might be something that would be of interest to others, so yeah. I think there will be something for everyone, and like the idea is to share as widely as possible. Obviously, like podcasts there's so many out there, but actually when you look for Cuba specifically, there's not that many. But yet Cuba has so much to say, and there's so much about it, really, that it definitely deserved something. And there could be many more, but it deserves the audience, and to the kind of the sustainable development what they're doing. So we're not always going to be it'll always be very diverse. We won't always be talking about the same thing. So yeah, I mean, I learn every time we're doing it. And so it's really interesting to do anyway. So that's great. And so far we've been able to, luckily, to be able to do them in person. They won't always be in person, but it's also available on YouTube. And obviously we've also got a great team that's helped us build it. And now I think really is to kind of spread it as far as we can. And something that's really easy to kind of share. I think that's the other thing, that you're not searching around. So yeah, that's it.
Well, thanks for the effort.
I hope you enjoy it, and the next one will be soon. So I hope and that's a very special Irish guest called Dr. David Hickey, who will be new but is amazing guest we have, and completely different to the last one. So his story is so heartfelt and amazing. Yeah.
Sounds fantastic. I am able to pull up now the kind of 1 minute and 30-second, I think, teaser for the podcast, if that's an okay thing to share for Cuba. Sure. Let's watch that together, and then maybe I'll ask you one more question.
Think you know Cuba? Think again.
Since the revolution of 1959, Cuba has defied expectations and flouted the rules. It is a country of contradictions.
A poor country with world-leading human development indicators. A small island that mobilizes the world's largest international humanitarian assistance.
A weak and dependent economy that has survived economic crises and the United States blockade.
Frozen in time, but pioneering in medical science and climate change adaptation.
Formerly ostracized, but with millions of defenders around the world.
Despite meeting most of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, Cuba's socialist development is not upheld as an example.
We're going beyond the headlines to explore those contradictions.
On Cuba Analysis, we dissect the facts, we put things into context, and we get to the root of the issue.
We challenge assumptions and ask, who's shaping the narrative? Who benefits from the story?
Join us!
This
is Cuba Analysis.
Great. Thank you.
Definitely. That was the website and everything. Sorry, skipped another thing.
Yeah. So the different platforms, we're up on Instagram, YouTube, on podcasts, we're on Twitter, all the social medias, you'll find us. Yeah. And we have a website, cubaanalysis.org.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And I believe you are based in Ireland, and Helen is currently in Scotland. So this is coming from the Britain or area.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Which is excellent. I'm just wondering if
Oh, and the podcast is on Spotify. That's the podcast. Yeah.
Just search for Cuba analysis, and it's true. Sometimes I'm looking for something to listen to, so you type in Cuba, and what comes up is it's just it's nothing. It's hard to find really.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe there's a particular topic that you want to, and again, there's all these narratives, and I think that's what we try to explain in the teaser. There's a narrative, but why is that? And that's what we've come to dissect on it. So you've heard of loads of experts, but maybe where are they? And if something isn't simple, then it's you're going somewhere, it's not done. So I think to educate ourselves and to make proper analysis is so important. And then we understand things, right? So I think that's what we set out to do, and to make it easier. So yeah.
That's excellent. And just to take advantage of the fact that you're here with us, would you mind sharing a bit just about Cuba solidarity in Ireland and the kind of sentiment? Do you have any reflections to share just about the United Nations vote today? And
I think it's so cowardly what we've seen with the countries that have abstained and have joined the U.S. But I think again a victory for Cuba, as it always is. That was that was the sentiment. We from Ireland have just you've probably seen, we have just elected a new president, Catherine Connolly, which was a big relief. And she actually was member of the Cuba support group in the Dáil, which is the government of Ireland. And actually she featured even in that clip, because she attends always the Cuba marches, or has attended marches when we've asked her. She attends the Palestinian marches on several occasions. So that was, I suppose, on the solidarity side, that has been a big win, because Cuba Support has come out in campaigning for her. So on the left in general, that has been a big win for Ireland, and for solidarity for Palestine, and for Cuba, So that has just happened in the last few days. So we were very busy campaigning for her election.
Great. Well, thank you, Nina. It's always good to hear about steps forward made, elected officials being elected that are in defense of Cuba or defense of Palestine. This is a difficult struggle. I think I saw in photos you were quite involved with it, and trying to, I think, convince people that this is the stand we need to take in all arenas. We need to support those that support Cuba.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and it was a landslide victory. I mean, that was the other thing. She got more, you won't know, she got more number one, than anyone ever. So she got a complete landslide victory. So it was a real voice, and she's a real grassroots president. She's not linked to any parties, and independent, and it was a real grassroots win for the people. And I think today, to be able to say that, and that she is a real friend of Cuba, is really important. And and she always has stood that way and doesn't shy away from that. So that's so important.
All right. Well, thank you, Nina. Keep up the excellent work, whether through the podcast, Cuba Analysis. Again, I think I put it in the chat, but maybe I didn't. It's cubaanalysis.org, I believe, and I encourage people to follow that and find the podcast on Spotify or basically all platforms I saw there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. We are here at the 24-hour picket action for Cuba. We are going to have a succession of some important announcements to close us off before we make our official celebration together, where we talk about exactly the participants of this international action and kind of come all together. I think a chanting is in line. I think a message of solidarity and support for Cuba is in our future. But I wanted to take a second as we're awaiting a few people who are going to be joining in to let people know that I think one of the most important conclusions of the 24-hour picket action for Cuba that takes place every year is a recommitment of all of us in order to redouble our work in defense of Cuba against the criminal blockade. We have here a slide about the U.S.-Cuba Normalization Conference Coalition, which is the organizer of the 24-hour virtual picket action that has been taking place. You can join our email list and our website at uscubanormalization.org. That's us-cubanormalization.org. That is a way to get involved with organizing based mostly in the United States, but U.S.-Cuba Normalization is an international organization of people in Canada and the U.S. Primarily, but works on many international events, including this global picket action, as well as an annual conference every March in support of Cuba. I also want to thank the support of the Cuban Institute of Friendship with the Peoples, or ECAP. ECAP is now celebrating its 65th year of building world solidarity with people and Cuba. It is an organization, a non-governmental organization in Cuba that promotes solidarity with Cuba and has really assisted us in many aspects of the 24-hour virtual picket. And I encourage people to support them by visiting at Siempre con Cuba on Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, going to their website, siempreconcuba.org. And there are many important information on their website about international actions for Cuba, brigades to Cuba, and ways to support. Also, I want to encourage everyone here, if you're not already, get connected with your local Cuba Solidarity organization. Connect with others that you've maybe met through today's actions or the past 24 hours of action, and commit yourself to getting involved, to going out to the streets, to schools, to hosting online events in support of Cuba against the criminal U.S. blockade. You can, if you're in Vancouver and regardless, support the work of Vancouver Communities in Solidarity with Cuba, which has been broadcasting today's picket. Visit us at Van Cuba Solidarity on Facebook or at @VanCuba_VCSE on Instagram and X. Website vancubasolidarity.com. It's just a taste of some of the organizations that you can get involved with. There's been lots of links shared continually in the chat throughout this 24-hour virtual picket. I wanted to see if Gustavo, I see you are still here. If you wanted to share any words or reflections after this past program, we've now passed 24 hours. The movement in solidarity with Colombia had a special program last night, which featured speakers from across Colombia in solidarity with Cuba. Gustavo, would you like to share any words?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Well, it's been lovely, and very inspiring to be here for the last 20 or so hours. And I think what I like to say the most is that we need to unite global wise. We need to unite as brothers and sisters. We need to unite and quest and needs human needs like the end of the blockade. We have to. We not necessarily alone, but at least if we are a big global force and we have events like this that put us together, we can get to know people around and we can hear their voices, and as we hear our voices ourselves, we need to end this terrible, this awful, and this unlawful war against Cuba. If a country doesn't need that, it's precisely Cuba, as Cuba struggles to move on and does the heroic work every single day. We learn from that courage, from those principles, and we need them for a better world, for a human species that will be able to grow consciously and to grow in solidarity with people around the planet. And we salute everyone who has been here, everyone who has heard about this, to keep on working to get a very strong global movement. We should be able to make a universal, to meet a universal challenge. And a challenge we have for next year is to end this criminal and genocidal blockade that we don't need as humanity. And we hope the people of the U.S. will benefit from that. And I think U.S. cannot be great again if he continues to fight people and to kill innocent people, be it in Palestine or anywhere else, like in our shores now, with those horrible terrorist movements, just to as they try to get our resources. That stage has finished for mankind. So I embrace everyone tonight with a strong feeling that we're together with Cuba, with the Cuban family, can end this uncivilized war. Thank you very much, Alison, for this wonderful opportunity to be with so many people, so many great people around the planet.
Thank you very much, Gustavo, for all of your work towards this project. I would be amiss to say that the 24-hour picket was Gustavo's idea. He sent us a schedule. He said, what if countries around the world could join in different hours? We could fill a whole day easily. And we said, we definitely could. Let's do it. So Gustavo, thank you for starting this wave of solidarity. And to all the work that you do in Colombia. Ike and Aaron, Nahum and Aaron, Feely Nahum in New York City have been very busy at the United Nations all day, worked to get us a great video with Bruno Rodriguez earlier. I know that they might have had to head out, but if you are there and you want to say any final words, go ahead, turn on your camera and your microphone. We'd love to say hello. All right. There you are, Ike and Aaron. You are on mute. Oh, there you go.
Hello. Good to see everybody
hi.
again. Wonderful. Thank you, Gustavos. And Nina, it sounds wonderful what you and Helen are doing. I'm very excited. I'm said you have to write that down. Make sure we get to go look at that.
I have looked.
Very good and very needed. So great. It's really great to hear. One nice thing about this is you bring all new ideas.
What you to do is wonderful. It's wonderful for all of us.
The organizer in chief.
in the United States, the belly of the beast.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was a very interesting day today, and now we're sort of waiting for all of the spin. If it gets much, I mean, if we get any, what the spin will be by the politicians on this. But we have to keep fighting, obviously.
But we will overcome. The sooner the better for the entire world. We will overcome.
I think so. I mean, I don't know, it's been a long struggle and it's going to continue, but more than ever, it needs to end. We need to end the blockade. There's too much too much importance to having Cuba stand for the next generations. It's a message for all of us, which is of course why they want to get rid of it. And when people say that the U.S. policy is no longer working, it's working just like they want it from the Mallory memo. It tells us that from 1960. They just didn't expect the people's resilience to be so strong and to have the solidarity of the world from the goodness that they give to keep them this much. And when people say that the system failed, look at them. You can't even begin a conversation until you start talking from the blockade, because there's nothing unless you consider the blockade on Cuba's current situation. So all of this, the U.S. ambassador today, ridiculous. The spewing the lies and, the new marketing technique of, harassing and coercion, to get these other countries to fold. If you look at who they are, I don't even know the names of these, it's these little, but they now have more numbers, but we will win because we're on the right side of history.
Very true. Yeah. Very true, Aaron and Ike. We are on the right side of history. We know that Cuba believes that firmly and has demonstrated that firmly. And I think, as a number of speakers have said earlier, we follow the example of Cuba. We follow Cuba's resilience and resistance. Our work is possible in solidarity with Cuba because the Cuban people have said, no, we will not be starved into submission. We will face these difficulties with solidarity, ingenuity, creativity, and we will stand together. But there is much work that we have to do together throughout this coming year and coming period. We know that the bellicose Trump administration is increasing their attacks. So I look forward to working together with both Ike Nahum and Aaron Feely Nahum through this work, both founders of the U.S.-Cuba Normalization Conference Coalition and constant activists in solidarity with Cuba and leaders in solidarity with Cuba, together with Gustavo Rojas as well, and Nina, everyone that's online today. There is a number of people still online from many different countries around the world. I see Spain, I see the United States, I saw for a second, I believe Nigeria. So we still have folks joining us from all over the place. And I think
with Cuba.
Yeah, all because of what Cuba has done around the world. This 24-hour picket has gone for almost 26 hours. Which we know is traditionally what happens. There are two more people that are hoping to join us today to share their words of solidarity. I understand, of course, some people have been with us a very long time. So if we don't make it there and you have to drop off, very much understand. There is a lot of solidarity to be shared, but I will go ahead and share some of what has been the victories of this 24-hour picket. Again, we are standing with Cuba at a very critical time when the world needs Cuba more than ever before. We cannot let the blockade deny the people of Cuba electricity, basic food, medicine any longer. And the world has said loud and clear that they will stand with Cuba despite U.S. pressure. 165 countries in favor of defeating the U.S. blockade on Cuba, countries that stood with Cuba despite tremendous pressure by the Trump administration to convince countries to abstain or to vote no, to stand with the U.S. 90% of the United Nations stood with Cuba today earlier, and that has been reflected in our 24-hour picket action today. We had the participation in the last 24 hours of over 300 people representing 60 countries and nations from around the world. Messages of solidarity, people taking action in the streets or joining us, you know, even for a brief minute to express their solidarity with Cuba. We had participants from Canada, the United States, Paraguay, Cuba, Australia, Colombia, Mexico, Italy, the Dominican Republic, Kenya, Germany, Spain, Puerto Rico, Palestine, Jordan, Venezuela, Norway, Netherlands, Ukraine, Russia, Portugal, France, Suriname, Indonesia, El Salvador, Quebec, Costa Rica, South Africa, Nigeria, Congo, Ethiopia, Niger, Paraguay, was twice, excuse me, Guinea, Turkey, Panama, Guinea-Bissau, Turkey, Panama, Nepal, Jamaica, Germany, Nicaragua, Uruguay, Brazil, Ireland, Honduras, England, Chile, the Philippines, Scotland, St. Lucia, Hungary, Sweden, Angola, Belgium, Jamaica, Bahamas. That is our initial count. We will have to analyze the data and see if there's more countries and territories to add, but that is overwhelming support from Cuba, for Cuba from around the world. We had participants calling in against many different odds. As you notice, I did mention Jamaica. That island was heavily hit by the hurricane, but still we had activists making the effort to connect with us, even just for a second. People around the world stood with Cuba once again at the 24-hour virtual picket action, but most importantly, mobilizing and organizing. While the government of the United States votes no to ending the inhuman and illegal blockade, the people of the United States and the world vote yes, end the blockade now. The U.S. Trump administration is increasing its rhetoric and pressure against the people of Latin America and the Caribbean. They are targeting Cuba and Venezuela as the countries that stand for resistance and resilience against incredible odds, especially Cuba today. But the forces that have been sent to the Caribbean, 10,000 troops, U.S. fighter jets and warships, make no doubt about it, they are attempting to break the back of the Cuban people the same way that they are targeting Venezuela. The U.S. is signaling that they are going to increase their attacks on the Cuban people, and we have to say that we will redouble our efforts, our united efforts to defeat this criminal blockade, to return Guantanamo to Cuba, and to remove Cuba off the list of state sponsors of terrorism. Thank you to everyone that has come here today. A big thank you again to U.S.-Cuba Normalization Conference Coalition, to the people in the chat, whether you've been here for 30 minutes or whether you've been here for 24 hours. I know there's some of you that have. Please accept our gratitude, our solidarity. We look forward to working together. We look forward to continuing to organize, to demonstrate, to take every action possible in order to support the people of Cuba against this criminal blockade. We want to end on a powerful note, so we are preparing a final video to show. But before we do that, I have an organizer from Puebla, Mexico, that has just joined us that wanted to share words of solidarity. We know it's not always easy to come online. So I want to welcome my co-fighter, Quetzali, who is here from Pueblo, Mexico. Quetzali, bienvenida a nuestra acción de 24 horas. Yo sé, es muy rápido, pero si tienes tiempo a decir saludos a nuestra acción y un mensaje de solidaridad con Cuba desde México, es muy importante a nosotros a tenerte aquí con nosotros.
Hola Ali, muy buenas noches. Gracias por el recibimiento. Estoy aquí con el compañero Antonio Ballinas, con quien participamos del programa Radio M12. Y bueno, pues estamos aquí apoyando la acción, totalmente de acuerdo en que se levante el bloqueo, las sanciones económicas, que son una guerra asimétrica terrible y violenta contra la población cubana, y recordando la solidaridad que ha tenido el pueblo cubano hacia México y en especial en el caso poblano, que ahora que hemos tenido inundaciones, nos han enviado brigadas de médicos para tratar a los niños y personas afectadas. De hecho, en las zonas más vulnerables de la ciudad de Puebla se encuentran actualmente actuando las brigadas de apoyo y solidaridad cubanas. Entonces, esto demuestra una vez más el humanismo, la calidez, el hermanamiento que hay entre ambos pueblos y bueno, sigamos luchando por la libertad de Cuba porque es un pueblo digno y solidario. Toño, ¿quieres decir algo?
Sí, claro. Hola compañeras, compañeros, muy buenas tardes. Yo soy Antonio Sánchez Ballinas, compañera de Quetzali en Radio M12. Y bueno, la propuesta de hablar por Cuba es realmente un honor para nosotros. Cuba ha representado desde hace más de 50 años la dignidad de los pueblos de América Latina. Sabemos que el bloqueo responde no a una peligrosidad de Cuba en términos militares, sino a lo que representa Cuba como una alternativa al sistema capitalista, a lo que representa Cuba como una forma de resistir el imperialismo norteamericano. Y eso es un ejemplo de dignidad. Y ese ejemplo está directamente planteado para todos los pueblos del mundo. Y ese ejemplo se sigue. Se sigue porque en nuestra patria y en diversas patrias de nuestra América Latina, hay espacios, hay lugares donde justamente hay poblaciones que resisten, como es el caso del pueblo chiapaneco, de donde yo soy originario, como es el caso de diferentes pueblos en Guerrero, diferentes pueblos en el norte de mi país. Hay espacios donde la resistencia existe y está dándose aún en todos los niveles. Entonces, Cuba representa eso, representa la dignidad de lo que un pueblo puede hacer si resiste, si lucha, si se prepara. Eso es Cuba y por esa razón el bloqueo debe caer. Debe caer y yo pienso que hay, digamos, un contexto favorable para que el pueblo cubano pueda ser más libre en nuestro continente. Apenas vimos las pláticas que tuvieron con algunos países de Asia y lo que fue Rusia, y al parecer es posible que se vaya desmontando el bloqueo poco a poco en términos de estas correlaciones de fuerzas que se están dando. Esperamos que eso ocurra. De mi parte les mando a todas y a todos un fuerte abrazo. Estamos muy, muy pendientes de lo que pasa en Cuba, de lo que pasa en Venezuela, de lo que pasa en nuestra América Latina, y estamos siempre buscando la forma de estar unidos y juntos en este proceso. Buenas tardes a todas y a todos.
Y recordándoles que también tienen un espacio abierto en nuestro programa en Radio M12.
Así es.
Si gustan que se difunda, también ahí cuentan con el apoyo y el espacio. Muchas gracias. Saludos.
Buenas tardes.
Gracias a los dos por la invitación a seguir nuestra participación en su programa de radio importante. Gracias por este mensaje desde México, desde uno de los países que es muy importante en Latinoamérica, y el movimiento de gente en México en apoyo de Cuba es muy importante para recuperar la unidad de Latinoamérica. Y un abrazo fuerte a los ambos, a los dos. Thank you both for speaking today from Mexico. Your solidarity means a lot for Cuba. The work of the people of Mexico and support of Cuba is very important to Latin American unity against the blockade, and we know that you will continue that struggle. Thank you for the invitation to participate in your important radio program. If you want to put the link in the chat, si ustedes pueden poner el enlace para el radio en el chat, porfa, please do. And thank you again so much for joining us in our final minutes of the 24-hour global virtual picket action for Cuba against the criminal U.S. blockade. I want at this time to share a video. It's a Telesura report showing the response of Cubans in Cuba to the vote at the United Nations, to Cuba's resounding victory for Cuba and for humanity. We will play this short video.
Backed Cuba in its call for the lifting of the illegal U.S. blockade due to the great damage it produces on the Cuban people. More on the personal, everyday struggles on these imperial measures with our colleague Belén de los Santos.
For more than 6 decades, the United States, the world's greatest imperial power, have subjected Cuba to a cruel economic, commercial, and financial blockade. This week, as every year since 1992, Cuba appears before the United Nations General Assembly to call for the lifting of these measures, which directly hurt the Cuban people.
I was born in 1964, which means I have lived my entire life under the imperial blockade.
The blockade is in truth an act of genocide against the entire Cuban people and against every Cuban citizen. A simple aspirin, a single acetaminophen to relieve pain is blocked.
Just as armies have been doing since ancient times, blockades are an unconventional warfare strategy that uses restriction as a weapon against the people.
A farmer who gets up at 6 in the morning and wants to turn the soil to prepare for sowing, and when he starts his tractor to plow the land and prepare it, he has no lubricant and no fuel. Or his crops are infested with pests and he has no way to spray them. These are the things that the blockade limits in the day-to-day life of a rural worker.
It is also important for the world to know that there is truly a civil society here, because there is a campaign claiming that there is no civil society in Cuba. But there is, and a thriving one, a diverse civil society across many sectors that participates in the design, implementation, and oversight of policies.
Cuba estimates that the blockade causes losses of $7.5 billion for the state in just 1 year. These are resources that the country, even though it has one of the largest social budgets, cannot use to benefit those who need it the most. Heudis Vega is member of the board of the Cuban National Association of Blind People. The blockade prevents him from accessing the latest developments in artificial intelligence that could improve his quality of life.
I think the first thing we need to be clear about is that today it is Cuba, but tomorrow it could be any other country that finds itself in the situation that Cuba has been in for more than 60 years. And to know how much does this affect your personal development when foreign countries are blocking you, preventing you from enjoying mechanisms that allow you to exercise your rights just as any others.
Year after year, the international community gathered at the UN General Assembly votes by an overwhelming majority to lift the blockade against Cuba. And year after year, Cubans continue to raise their voices against this imperial policy, relying on the strength of the resistance and the power of solidarity among the peoples.
When peoples are worthy, they deserve respect and are not willing to kneel before anyone. So yes, we ask for the blockade to end and for this genocide to be stopped.
But we will not bow down. Belén de los Santos for Telesur English from Havana, Cuba.
All right, that is a video from Telesur showing some of the responses of Cuba and people in Cuba to the vote at the United Nations. We wanted to share for those that maybe weren't able to hear all of the proceedings at the United Nations earlier. Belly of the Beast, who had intended and gave their full support to the U.S. The 24-hour picket action against the U.S. blockade on Cuba, or shall I say 26-hour picket action against the U.S. blockade on Cuba. Belly of the Beast was unable to attend. They were trying to make it. They are journalists based in Cuba. It's very important to them to be Cuban-based journalists as Belly of the Beast. And the hurricane and the impact of the hurricane kind of prevented that as far as timing goes. But they said, please use our videos, spread them far and wide, and we will take that seriously. We have shown many videos from Belly of the Beast, and we'll continue to do so throughout our Cuba Solidarity work. They have been invaluable to Cuba Solidarity and deserve our full support, whatever we can do to support Belly of the Beast. They've prepared a video summarizing some of the support for Cuba at the United Nations over this last UN debate of the last 2 days. We'll go ahead and share that as we wait for just one more speaker that would really like to join us but isn't quite able to join. So here we are.
Bilateral, economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed by the United States of America against the Republic of Cuba remains a clear violation of the UN Charter and international law. For more than 3 decades, the General Assembly, guided by the Charter, has spoken with clarity and consistency. This embargo must end.
La acumulación de la asfixia económica impuesta desde el exterior por generaciones es equivalente a la destrucción provocada por una guerra, porque el bloqueo es un acto de guerra económica que busca rendir por hambre, enfermedad y muerte a un pueblo entero. Esta es la verdad que se quiere ocultar cuando llaman a este crimen una simple medida política. Nosotros desde Venezuela hablamos con conocimiento de causa.
La injusta e injustificada inclusión de Cuba en la lista de estados patrocinadores del terrorismo de los Estados Unidos en enero de 2021 ha agravado aún más el impacto de este embargo de décadas. Iniciativas diplomáticas recientes y prometedoras dirigidas a eliminar a Cuba de esa lista fueron posteriormente revertidas, manteniendo así restricciones comerciales significativas, incluida la prohibición de exportar a Cuba productos con más del 10% de componentes estadounidenses y limitando la provisión de asistencia humanitaria.
Denunciamos la campaña impulsada por Estados Unidos contra la cooperación médica internacional de Cuba, aunque es imposible denigrar una cooperación respetuosa, altruista y solidaria. El pueblo boliviano reconoce y agradece profundamente la cooperación médica cubana, que ha brindado un apoyo invaluable a mi país en el marco de la solidaridad, integración y la cooperación internacional.
Cuba is a vital partner in South-South cooperation and triangular collaboration. Antigua and Barbuda reiterates the simple and long-standing call of this Assembly: remove the embargo. Let the Cuban people breathe and develop.
Cuba ha sido un actor fundamental en la búsqueda de la paz en nuestro país, desempeñando un papel central para el logro del acuerdo final de paz de 2016 entre el gobierno y las FARC-EP, y acompañando su implementación, en particular en los procesos de cese al fuego, desarme, desmovilización y reincorporación de excombatientes. Cuba ha sido y sigue siendo un socio confiable en los esfuerzos por consolidar la paz en Colombia y en la región.
Cuba no está sola, porque la solidaridad de los pueblos es más fuerte que cualquier bloqueo y el bloqueo no vencerá.
Thank you very much again to Belly of the Beast. I encourage people to follow Belly of the Beast again, support Belly of the Beast. You can find them by searching Belly of the Beast Cuba on all platforms. I will put their main, the YouTube link to this video in the chat. I also wanted to say that at the 24-hour picket action, we wanted to emphasize that as this action has been taking place, Hurricane Melissa has been hitting the island of Cuba. It luckily has now passed over and perhaps has not hit as hard as it could have, but this Hurricane Melissa has caused tremendous damages throughout Cuba. Cuba, a number of people have mentioned, 750,000 people were relocated, protected in preparation for this hurricane. Not only them, but also their most important belongings. And this has been possible despite the fact that just between March 1st, 2024 and February 28th, 2025, so that 1 year, the Cuban economy lost $7.5 billion. Experienced $7.5 billion in damages. Sorry, sometimes the translation from the way Cuba writes money to the way it's written in the U.S., the zeros get a little bit messed up, but $7.5 billion in damages. For some context, I saw a post earlier by Code Pink Women for Peace that said that the Cuban budget annually is about $20 billion. So imagine over 1/3 of that budget being lost due to the U.S. blockade on Cuba. $7.5 billion, yet Cuba can still mobilize to protect human life and in the face of something like Hurricane Melissa. 49% increase in losses derived from the blockade in 2025 compared to 2024. That is a number that as Cuba solidarity activists, we have to take to heart. We have to understand when Cubans are saying we are having trouble accessing cooking oil, basic medicines, it is due to this criminal U.S. policy. This is one page of a fantastic report prepared by Cuba's foreign ministry about the impact of the U.S. blockade. It is pieces of the report, the most critical components of the report presented at the United Nations, summarized for all of us. It is a critical document, which I will post again in the chat in case anyone has not received it yet, because it is the most important references that we all should be making when talking to people about the impact of the United States blockade on Cuba. We also have talked today about a few fundraising campaigns. I'll just re-announce those. I've heard that our final speaker will be joining us shortly. We have someone here with us who's able to give some direct information about what has happened in Cuba with the hurricane, but I will announce these fundraising campaigns and then hand the microphone over to you, Luis, in just 1 second. The first of which is the Canadian Network on Cuba has launched a hurricane relief campaign. You can donate today with e-transfer or by check, as it says on the screen, by going to CanadianNetworkOnCuba.ca. We all watched the video earlier from Samantha Hislop, the co-chair of the Canadian Network on Cuba, who spoke about this quickly launched campaign. We'll be supporting from here in Vancouver, and we encourage anyone across Canada to support, or internationally, to getting critical funds to Cuba to help them rebuild from the devastation of the hurricane. The People's Forum has also launched a campaign, Hurricane Melissa Relief, under the demand of Let Cuba Live. We'll put the information in the chat for how you can donate to both of these important fundraising campaigns, which are calling attention to the fact that the hurricane in Cuba has caused it damages, yes, but the blockade on Cuba is what prevents Cuba's best recovery from the hurricane. So encourage people to support. We also have another message in the chat from Jorge Cáceres. Thank you, Jorge, for joining with us. He wants to express his solidarity from Colombia. He works together with Gustavo, but I believe in a different city in Colombia. And this 24-hour picket action would not be possible without your support, Jorge. Muchísimas gracias, Jorge, para todo tu apoyo y un abrazo fuerte. Gracias por este 26 horas de solidaridad. Bueno, Luis, we have here with us Luis, who is a Cuban living here in Vancouver, a Cuba Solidarity activist and organizer who has been speaking with people in Cuba on the ground today about the impact of Hurricane Melissa, and wanted to come online to share with us what he has heard and encourage everyone to get involved in supporting Cuba at this critical time. Welcome, Luis.
Hello, guys. How are you? Say hello from everywhere in the world. Thank you for supporting us and supporting Cuba in this long fight against the imperialism and their built people that always trying to oppress workers around the world. So I just gonna give you a brief resume of the situation in Cuba right now. The west part of the east part of Cuba right now, the provinces of Santiago de Cuba, Granma, Camagüey, Holguín, Guantanamo, they are being beat so badly. So far, I haven't heard any people casualties. I was looking for in the last minute in the review so that I was trying in the official websites, but so far there is none. But there is a lot of destruction on the farm side. There is a lot of flooding on the cities and the towns, and there is a lot of huge amount of water still, like towns completely flooded still after the past. Like the hurricane is leaving Cuba, but the defensa civil, I don't know how to say that. I don't remember how to say that in English. Or the security rescue people still
civil defense, I think, is the best.
Even the civil defense is still saying the people like to keep cautions because of the flooding. There could be a lot of accidents and casualty if people are not really careful. So the Cuban people itself and the government has some places that we can donate straightforward. I have the official let me see if I can send the official website to you guys, and then you can expose it right now. Just give me 1 second. Sharing with you, Alison. I just sent it. That's the official information to donate straightforward to the Cuban banks. Those structures are the schools and some hospitals in Santiago de Cuba and Granma. And also there is so badly beat in Granma and Guantanamo, completely small towns. Like they have been literally there is 2 small towns that they still cannot access because the water is almost to the roof of the houses in those houses. And it would be a miracle if there is no any casualty. But I think Cuba believe in miracles so far, and they protect very well their people. There was around 650,000 people that it was evacuated, and they were moved to the secure places like schools, hotels, hospitals, and other places that with other families, in order to preserve their life. And people get they help each other in this situation. So inside the Cuba, there is a big movement from the west side to donate to anything that the people has over there. They are trying to send it. And so far, the major damages are being in electricity. The electricity in Cuba has been lately very bad generated because of the blockade. Their lack of oils or any combustible that is allowed to generate electricity. And also because of the blockade, the Americans are chasing all around the world the companies that is send parts for fixing the main power generation around Cuba. And that's part of the hypocrisy of the imperialism when they say that big speech on the UN today or yesterday, that they said that Cuba is a regime, but the truth is Cuba has been fired for its own sovereignty for these 65 years. We want to create a country that is for all, not for just some people, and that's our difference. But the truth is that the Americans the imperialism is not only the Americans; it's all around the world, the globe. They are trying to cut the resources in order to get into Cuba or to do fair commerce with Cubans in other countries. So these one are the officials, the official bank donations for Cuba. These one are gonna be received by this bank in Cuba, and those are for donations. They are acceptable. Be careful because there are other posts like this. This one it comes straightforward from the official websites of Cuba, the Presidencia de Cuba, and also PCC of Cuba. These one are the real numbers because there is other ones that they are on lines that they looks like the same, but the numbers are not. So this one is straightforward because I asked it to the Cuban to send it for this meeting. And also it's supposed to be, we was a little bit late that we have a kind of interview on Canadian TV, but we couldn't make it today. It was too fast. But okay, so any questions that you guys have?
Thank you so much, Luis, for getting those reports together for us. Everyone's been looking for information about what is actually happening on the ground in Cuba, so that is very helpful. And Luis is just coming from work, probably like some other folks that have just joined us. I know the 26-hour-long picket action, even people spending 5 minutes joining with us together is a great victory. We've had over 300 people joining from 60 different countries around the world. Again, Cuba got resounding support at the United Nations today with 165 countries supporting Cuba against the blockade. We will always aim to have 165 countries at the picket action for Cuba, but if it doesn't happen this time, it's okay. We will keep fighting. So now I wanted to work towards, yes, friends, co-fighters, officially closing the 24-hour picket action for Cuba. Would want to give a big thank you to the entire team at the Cuban Institute of Friendship with the Peoples, ECAP, and especially to Iram, who actually sent us some of those photos we were able to show. He was able to get them to us very quickly and knows that people on the picket and around the world want to be able to donate to Cuba as fast as possible. I want to thank everyone from the U.S.-Cuba Normalization Conference Coalition, all of our panelists that were able to join us. If you are still here and want to move towards turning on your camera, if you're not, it's not a absurd or hour where you are based, then please join by turning on your camera if you can. If you have been attending the picket with us here today and would like to turn on your camera, I'll send some invites. But we thought there's no more important way to end the picket action than with the words of Bruno Rodriguez, who successfully interrupted the lies and slander of the United States at the United Nations yesterday. As we close on those words, it's really the best way to end. So before we do, I do want to thank the broadcast and organization team based here in Vancouver with Vancouver Communities in Solidarity with Cuba, Fire This Time Movement for Social Justice, Free the Cuban 5 Committee, Vancouver. Please, Ali and Azza. Oh, sorry. Friends of Cuba Against the U.S. Blockade, Vancouver.
The Cuban 5 are free.
Exactly. The Cuban 5 have been free for over a decade due to our hard work. Ali, Azza,
Tamara is still at work, unfortunately.
Signing off. Tamara is at work, but this has been a great team effort together with all of you on in organizing this program. We really appreciate all of your efforts and attention, and I know that many of the links will continue to be shared. Un abrazo muy fuerte, gracias por todo. Esto es el equipo del trabajo aquí en Vancouver, Ali, Azza y yo, Alison.
Falta Tamara, que está en el trabajo.
Es verdad, es verdad. Y gracias a todos. Vamos a terminar nuestra acción de 26 horas con un abrazo grande a todos los participantes, a Ike y Erin en Nueva York que están con nosotros, Gustavo y Jorge de Colombia, Quetzali y su compañero desde México, y Rabab y Jaime desde los Estados Unidos, y muchas más.
Palestina.
Oh, that's what I want to say. I want to say Free Palestine.
We will go ahead and show the words of Cuban ambassador, Cuba's foreign minister, Bruno Rodriguez, at the United Nations yesterday to close us off today. Thank you so much. No longer the 24-hour picket. We're just going to have to say it off the bat from now on, a 26 or even 27-hour-long picket of solidarity with Cuba against the criminal blockade. Que viva Cuba!
Viva! Viva Palestina!
Viva Palestina!
Viva! Abajo el bloqueo!
Abajo el bloqueo!
El bloqueo!
Venceremos!
No más bloqueo!
Venceremos! ¡Hasta la victoria!
Venceremos.
Cuba sí, bloqueo no.
Cuba sí, bloqueo no.
Bloqueo no.
Cuba sí, bloqueo no.
Bloqueo no.
Long live to all workers around the world.
Que viva, long live. Here is Cuba's foreign minister, Bruno Rodriguez.
Hey, Ali. Blockade.
Yeah, down with the blockade, responding to the slander and lies of the United States.
Arriba Venezuela y Palestina.
Arriba.
Esta es la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas. No es un grupo de Signal ni es la Cámara de Representantes.
Conspira y colabora con enemigos y adversarios de los Estados Unidos contra nuestros intereses. Los hechos son que este régimen apoya organizaciones terroristas en todo el planeta, permiten que los mercenarios luchen en la guerra de Ucrania, apoya al régimen venezolano, perdone que lo interrumpa, hay una cuestión de orden, trafican drogas y armas y conspiran para alimentar la inestabilidad en nuestro hemisferio. Lo lamento mucho por interrumpirlo, pero hay una cuestión de orden de Cuba. Presidenta, sí, tenemos que dar la palabra a Cuba. Cuestión de orden. Tiene la palabra el representante de Cuba.
Artículos 71 y 68 del reglamento. El representante permanente de Estados Unidos no solo miente desviándose sustantivamente del tema,
sino que se expresa de manera grosera y prepotente contra su presidencia, contra la dignidad de esta Asamblea y de los Estados miembros. Lo hace con una incultura, rudeza y grosería que no se admite en este magno y democrático recinto. Señor Walsh, esta es la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas, no es un grupo de Signal ni es la Cámara de Representantes.
Those are the words of Cuba's Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez, and with that, we conclude the 26-hour picket in solidarity with Cuba. Thank you again all for joining. Over 60 countries and nations from around the world, over 300 people uniting our voices. We are committed to ending this criminal U.S. policy. We are committed to returning Guantanamo Bay to Cuba, and removing Cuba off the list of state sponsors of terrorism. Lift the blockade.
Lift the blockade.
Lift the blockade now.
Lift the blockade of Cuba.
Out of the blockade.
No more blockade.
And no more
Lift the
SSOT.
blockade of Cuba. Long live Palestine.
Destruct Helms-Burton. That's the key.
Abajo bloqueo.